चलो चलो बच्चों अंदर चलो, लंच टाइम खत्म हो गया, चलो जी।
हमारे एनजीओ में ऐसे बॉक्सेस आते हैं।
कैसे बॉक्सेस?
इस तरह के।
சவுண்ட் கேட்கும்போது சரி இவன் வந்து நம்மளோட மியூசிக்கில் கொண்டு வந்தால் நல்லா இருக்கும்னு சொல்லிட்டு அவனை அந்த மாதிரி ட்ரெயின் பண்ணோம். அதுக்கு மூலமாக அவனை மியூசிக்கில் வந்து கொண்டு வரதுக்கு என்ன பிளான் பண்ணும்பொழுது நம்முடைய கடம் சுரேஷ் வைத்தியநாதன் சார் வந்து ரொம்ப ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருந்தார். அந்த மியூசிக் வந்து அவருக்கு வந்து பெரிய வித்வான்.
The very first onslaught on me was that the teachers and the principal, they were so surprised when I told them that I'm going to make the children make music. They said, this we have never thought of, because the students can express their needs or what they want to say through sign language. But sign language itself is a silent one.
சொசைட்டியில் எங்களுடைய பிள்ளைகளை வந்து ஐசோலேட் பண்ணியே வைத்திருந்த காலங்கள் உண்டு. அவங்க பிள்ளைகள் வந்து சிம்பத்தியை பொதுவாகவே விரும்புகிறதே இல்லை. இஃப் யூ கேன் ஐ கேன் அப்படின்ற ஒரு இதை தான் அவங்க மனசில் வச்சு தான் அவங்க செயல்படுறாங்க.
இந்த இசை இந்த காது கேட்காத பசங்களுக்கு வெளியில் யோசிக்கலாம், இவங்க ஏன் என்ன பண்ண போகிறாங்க, இதில் அவங்களுக்கே கேட்கலையே, இதனால என்ன யூஸ்ன்னு கூட யோசிக்கலாம். ஆனால் அவனுக்கு இஷ்டமானதை நாங்கள் கற்றுக் கொடுக்குறோம்.
I took up the numbers first. So numbers are very common to any kid of any level of understanding. This is 1. If this is 2, I wanted a shorter one, which means I said, do it this way. So this is 2, but still for me it's 1.5. And the children could make out the difference. This is, and this is. So if I alternate, it becomes, already the groove is set.
நான் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டுன்னு பார்க்காம ஒரு ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஷிப்பாக நான் கேட்குறேன், அவன்கிட்ட பேசுகிறேன், உனக்கு என்ன குறைகள் அப்படின்றத ஃபஸ்ட்டு நான் கேட்குறேன். நீ வந்து உன்னுடைய எதுனாலும் என்கிட்ட சொல்லு, நான் உனக்கு நிவர்த்தி செய்கிறேன். அப்படிங்கும்போது அவன் எல்லா விஷயங்களும் என்கிட்ட ஃப்ராங்காக சொல்கிறான். அவன்கிட்ட வந்து நான் கேட்கும்போது அதை நிறைய விஷயங்களை அவனுக்கு ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுறனால அதுக்கப்புறம் அவனோட நான் போயிடுறேன்.
Very good. Okay. Stay corrected.
இதை நாங்கள் ஒரு வேராக வச்சு விதையாக வைத்து இன்றைக்கு த்ரூஅவுட் இந்தியாவில் நாங்கள் என்னென்ன செய்ய முடியுமோ அதை நாங்கள் இதில் கட்டாயம் அந்த மக்கள் பயன்படணும். காது கேளாத வாய் பேச முடியாத பிள்ளைகளுடைய வாழ்வாதாரம் இதன் மூலமாக வளரணும் அப்படின்னு நான் என்னுடைய ஆசை இறைவனிடத்தில் அதை கேட்குறேன். கடவுள் நிச்சயமாக எங்களுக்கு அந்த பயனை தருவார். நன்றி சார். தேங்க்யூ.
Thank you. That was the first song. For those who have a little idea about what Carnatic rhythm is, there's a composition called Mora that was played by the kids at the end of this first piece. So it has about 5 parts, and very beautifully they have learnt it in the most simple way and executed it in the most brilliant way. Okay. Now, I call upon Sri Rupan to join on the keyboards. This is a small attempt of making the kids to play a melody. So they have tried their level best to go with the rhythm. On the xylophone will be 2 kids, and then supported by Sri Rupan on the keyboards. Sri Chandrajit Devraj is joining on the cajon. He's an amazing tabla player who's going to join me later on this stage for a glimpse of what we do normally. We just want to join the children. Now he's going to give some rhythmic support. One. Thank you. Thank you, Chandrajit. Thank you, Ruben. When I started working with the school, I mentioned it D and D, not elaborating, saying that it's basically a school for deaf and dumb, but the teachers corrected that it's a school for deaf only because most of the children, they are not speaking because they cannot hear, and most of them had been given speech therapy. And a few of them really surprised me when I talked to them with the sign language. I fumbled with my sign language, but they came back with normal, not normal speaking, but a very beautiful speaking, I tell you. Now I call upon these children to come and do that, what we call Konakol in South Indian Carnatic system. Bol Bani, we say in the North Indian system, and there are many, it's basically the jati or the phonetic rhythmic patterns which they are going to recite. Takita, 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 ta. Takita, 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 di. Takita, 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 dum. Takita, 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 nam. Takita, takita, ta. Takita, takita, ti. Takita, takita, dum. Takita, takita, nam. Takita, ta. Takita, ti. Takita, dum. Takita, nam. Ta. Di. Dum. Nam. Ta. Di. Nam, ta, di, dum, nam, ta, di, dum, nam, ta, di, dum, nam, ta, di. Fast one, fast one. One, two, three. Takita, 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 ta. Takita 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 di. Takita 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 dum. Takita 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 nam. Takita takita da. Takita takita di. Takita takita dum. Takita takita nam. Takita ta. Takita di. Takita dum. Takita nam. Ta. Di. Dum. Nam. Ta. Di. Dum. Nam. Ta. Di. Dum. Nam. Oops. Thank you. Chandra. That's Chandrajit Devraj. We didn't want to miss this opportunity of sharing the stage with these wonderful children. So we'll play a very short duet and just see what magic is going to happen a little later. Okay. Come on. Come on. Now there is a sawal jawab. It's not ours, it's theirs. Okay. One last item, the final item. Well, actually, they were literally challenging the tabla maestro. Now, let's see if you can meet their challenge. Okay? I don't know how you are going to react, whether with your bowl, bani, bowls, or konokol, or clap, whatever you do. You can give a gap because they are also giving a pause, and a pause is very important in the rhythmic system. So give a pause and play. You have to be in tandem like them, right? Okay. See? They okay? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now you can follow immediately, no problem. You don't have to give the pass. Okay? Right now. Okay? One more time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Please come, have some classes with these kids anytime, but the fees is it's very expensive. Please have your bank balances ready. Thank you.
We can keep clapping. This was the most beautiful morning I've had ever since I remember. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Suresh, sir. Suresh Vaidyanathan. His art speaks more than him. So most of us call him Suresh Ghatam, sir.
Just call me Suresh.
I'll try.
Call me clay pot. I need to be heard, I think. Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Yeah, please.
Sir, most of us have such a tough time even listening to our own heartbeats. And they have made us feel alive today. Tell me, how did the journey?
Yeah, it started with a dream, but that is a longer story. Unfortunately, the COVID, put a very big block on it. I was having a casual chat and a very, serious chat with Feroz. The moment I said, he was very assuring, yes, go ahead. But to execute it was not an easy task at all. First of all, I had to find the right kid who can respond to my music. Second one is to coordinate many such kids and then to make them feel the rhythm. That's the most important thing. Make the inner rhythm come out. That's the very first thing. and then put it together. Each one has his own rhythm, each one has his own creativity, in fact. Amazingly, I tell you, each one kid is not an ordinary one here. Everyone, if you talk to them independently, they will give their own perception about what rhythm is, what music is. This is what my experience was all these 6 months. Every day, I was learning more from them than what I was teaching them.
Sir, if you could help me talk to them a little bit.
Please.
How did all of you feel when you learned, and how did you feel performing here?
You can.
How did you feel performing here, and how was it learning to play this with Suresh sir?
How do you feel?
They're saying they really enjoyed a lot. He was a really good teacher.
They're very happy to see so many audience come here and listen to their music.
They're really happy to have you here and listen to their music.
Well, I'll elaborate a little more. Like I said, finding the rhythm inside them was a big challenge, and then telling them what I need them to do, I want them to do. So that was the tougher job actually, because just the moment you give them the instrument, they start feeling it, and they start playing on it without even realizing that it is producing a sound which tonally has some variations, and all these variations and the rhythm has to go into them, which was not possible at all. So I was like sitting with every kid, first making them feel the body, and then going with them, holding their hands on the instrument, and specifically telling them this is ta, this is dum, you cannot interchange, and you need to keep following a particular pace only. So these things were the initial things. Then I had to put into them some composition. That was the next stage where nobody was prepared for it. Why there's a composition? Even I asked my own self, should there be a composition to present? You can just groove, But everyone has to begin at a point, give a construction or a picture, and then end together. That is, what interesting. So I have to tell them that go together, and so to tell them what they need to do, I started working with the numbers first. And to tell you, James Master, the principal, or Ruben was helping me in coordinating the kids, they said, sir, don't expect us to stand here and interact with them with sign language. You create your own language, because each kid has his own understanding, and each school of thought in the sign language is quite different. So that's what I did with them. I started with the numbers. So numbers are very important in rhythm. So like everybody, I started 1. So bang here, 2, do 1. They cannot do the same space, same place 2 times. So I had to variate the tone like ta-dum, kind of. So each instrument also has one instrument you have to do, dum. This is ta-dum. The other one has ta-dum, because the bass and sharp combination has to be there. That I have to, impress upon them. This is what you should do. You cannot do the other way. I like that. They would immediately react. So no, this is a different instrument. So bass comes here and the sharp is here, kind of. And that was over. And then this is 2. So they can do or ta-dum. But I wanted them to do a shorter one, ta-dum. So if I say they do only ta-dum. Then I thought, let me do this, kind of 1.5. I just tried it out. And then they did without me prompting, I promise. This happened, this was a miracle. I was doing all along, dum, 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 dum. And then 2 kids were looking like that, and then the others did. So there my success began. And then I did 4, 5, then combination of 4, 5, 9, and other things. And interestingly, I wanted to test their own language, the silence, So, 1, 2, 3, 4. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. So this was silence. And so interesting, the rest of the classes went off. Yeah. It went on, and at one point of time, when I was prompted to wind up, I told them that this is 0. So then they were checking within themselves. I was not part of it. Most of the time, they were working within them. 2, 1, 5, 6 kind of all exchanges were happening, and the compositions were taught, some of them with my prompting with the sticks. And then I thought, finally, just less than a minute, I thought, let me try with the melodic instruments as well. But that is just an attempt, because rhythm, you don't have to be very careful about the notes. Here, we need to teach them exactly the notes. So we just started with the xylophone, and we didn't have time also. There were a lot of examinations, tours, and other happenings were there. We would love to do more in the future, but for now, they were trying it out very beautifully, to my satisfaction, on the xylophone. I hope you also enjoyed it. And rest is history.
This was magical. In fact, I felt like Amritam going through my ears, and I'll be immortal after this. Thank you so much. I think the magic was in the fact that you created language just to talk to each other. I hope that's the spirit of inclusion that we live with for the rest of not only this evening, but all our lives. Thank you for starting like this. And the first name that you mentioned that started this unheard music, Feroz, can you please have you on stage? I request Feroz to felicitate. While Feroz is in the corner, let me tell you something about him. I didn't know him at all, not even his name. And that's my problem. It was my ignorance. Till around 2 years ago. And ever since then, I have to say my life has changed. I cannot claim to know him yet, but every single interaction that I've had with Feroz, I've known myself a little better. And there cannot be a better gift than that. Thank you so much. And the gift that he gives giving, like he just keeps giving. So what I've learned from him are 2 most important things. You can change the world with love. I guess we have heard it many, many times before, and I've never seen it happen the way he has shown me. So with a lot of love.
Thank you. Oh, it's good. Thank you. Thank you very much. He has already given his heart to me, so this is the other next gift. Thank you.
Could I request you to stay on stage and also request Sir G. Vijay Raghavan, Mr. Karan Arora, Mr. Total Sone, Mr. Arman Ali, Rajni Bakshi ma'am. Please come on stage and light the lamp. We will also be unveiling the painting. So it's the ISS 2022 painting. Before it gets unveiled, let me tell you a little bit more about the painter. Usually when there is an artist, a visual artist, we ask the person, what's your medium? Karan Arora, the artist who got this painting, he decided he doesn't want to be bound by medium. So watercolors, acrylic, sand art, calligraphy, illustrations, he has chosen all of them to express himself. And I think he expresses more than just himself. He is hearing impaired, but he says he listens through his art. And I think because he's so cued into his heart, he also listens to ours. And that's how the painting was. We'll first have the lamp. Firoz, don't walk away. I need you here. I was telling you the two things I learned from him, and I stopped at one because we wanted to go on. The first thing I said, that you can change the world with love. And the second thing he taught me is that never give up. Never, ever. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
More than anything, for the love.
Thank you, Samita. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. How's the Josh? क्या यार तुम लोग? I know India lost the match day before yesterday, but today as IAS guys, this is for celebration, okay? How's the Josh? How's the Josh? हाँ, ठीक है, अब लग रहा है मजा आ रहा है. हाँ, good, very good. You know, it's unbelievable that this is the 10th year of the India Inclusion Summit, and I haven't even realized it's been 10 years. Have you guys figured it out? It's already 10 years? No, right? Now, this is going to be an emotionally draining talk for me. So forgive me if I sometimes choke. But I also know it's an emotionally draining time for many of you in this room. A lot of people tell me, Firoz, तुम लोग हमको पानी देते हो, लेकिन यार टिश्यू पेपर नहीं देते हो. मेरी मम्मी भी इधर है. My mom is here. She'll come here and cry every time she is here. So while I was coming in, you know, a lot of people are giving me love and hugs. And one of them asked me this question, Firoz, what does IAS mean for you? कैसा लगता है आपको? To see this, what we call the love fest, लोगों का प्यार, how does it feel? Honestly, I don't know. I am too small to put words to the love that I get here. Too small. I met my friend, and I'm not sure if I should name because some of these things are so personal. And I don't want to talk about this in a platform without permission. But I'll tell you the experience कि लोग यहाँ जो आते हैं उनकी stories क्या है. So I asked, she met me after 3 years. Of course, I'm meeting many of them after 3 years. She came and hugged me. कल की बात है. And she said, and I asked her, how are you doing? बहुत कम लोग मुझे बोलते हैं कि दे आर नॉट डूइंग वेल, कितनी भी दर्द हो सब गले मिलते हैं, प्यार से बोलते हैं been doing good. This person came and said, Firoz, I'm not doing good. And I said, what happened? And she said, Firoz, my younger brother who was disabled, died 6 months ago. And for 10 minutes, she cried. And I cried. And she said, Firoz, let me tell you, I haven't left my house for the last 6 months, but I wouldn't miss IS for anything. So this is the safe place, and I would do anything to be here. तो मैं क्या बताऊं लोगों को कि what does this sacred place, ये इवेंट नहीं है. अगर किसी को लगता है कि हम एक इवेंट में आ रहे हैं तो उनकी गलतफहमी है. And I must confess that I get too much credit for having started this. I'm willing to take a small speck of the credit, but not the credit at all. Not the entire one. No way. Because इसके पीछे इतने सारे लोगों का प्यार है कि I cannot take credit for this. And my mentor, guru, my friend, my love, Rajni Bakshi ma'am, always gives me insights to put things in context. And the most important thing is context. The most important thing in life is context. If you don't have the context, you will not understand the larger picture. और मैं चाहता हूं कि अगला 15 मिनट मुझे आप अपना दे दें, 15 minutes, because I want to tell you the context of this movement. कि इसके पीछे इतने सारे लोग हैं. I have to owe my debt to these people to give you an understanding of the context of what this is all about. I have to start with where it all started. I have to tell you where it all started. Because this is not about egos. ये मेरी story नहीं है, but ये context वाली बात है. This is about setting the context of how we arrived here in the last 10 years. So I have to tell you how it all started. And I'll tell you 3 defining moments, क्योंकि इतने सारे stories है इसके, इतने सारे stories है कि मैं 10 दिन भी आपको बोल दूं तो आप सुनते रह जाओगे. But I don't have the time. Yesterday I spent 45 minutes and people were in tears and they said, Firoz, you have to do it again. I said, no, this is a space for these lovely kids. जिसको कोई platform नहीं मिलता. I am fortunate I get platforms. So I'll try to limit to 15-20 minutes. And forgive me if I get emotional when I tell this. Because it's important not to tell the story about me, but tell you the importance of the context. I had no understanding of disability. ना मेरे खानदान में कोई था, ना मुझे पता था. थे होंगे, but I didn't know. I had no understanding of disability. And I was living the perfectly charmed life. To be born in a house with great love is nothing short of a miracle. I was fortunate to have my parents who gave me great love and, more importantly, great values. I was surrounded by books, didn't have enough money. I'm still surrounded by books. Because the wealth is not measured by the money in the bank, but by the number of books in your house. This my parents taught me. I was fortunate, incredibly fortunate. If you have loving parents, you have hit a lottery, boss. You have hit a lottery. Don't forget that. I was incredibly fortunate, got into good engineering college, got a job. In no time, at the age of 32, I was a managing director of a global multinational, the youngest, and people were putting me on a pedestal कि यार ये दुनिया बदलने वाला बंदा आ गया. And every media loves a young guy doing well. चढ़ा देते हैं और वो सर पे भी चढ़ जाती है कभी-कभी. I married my college sweetheart. बहुत परेशानी हुई, stuck it out, married her, and had a beautiful kid. And I thought this is a perfectly well-scripted life. Anybody has a doubt here he's good looking? किसी को doubt है? You all agree he's good looking? Okay, good. थोड़ा जोर से yes बोलो. Okay, good. Thank you. The good thing is every parent thinks their kids are good looking. Okay, ये मेरी बात नहीं है, सबको यही लगता है. Vivan was born. He was so good looking. मैं कभी-कभी, when we used to carry him, and Ujala was sitting here knows it, because one of the first places we went to was Kiran Bedi ma'am, Navjyoti. But then life changed. Life changed like this. June 2010 की बात है. I was having dinner with my CTO in Leela Palace, family dinner. और उसने मुझे साइड पे बुलाया और बोला, फिरोज, I see that Vivan is not making eye contact. And I was like, that's okay. He's 18 months old or less than that. How does it matter? But he's talking. I said, no, it's still 18 months. I mean, kids talk at 3 years, 4 years. He said, no, can you check? I think you should take him to a doctor. और हमने बोला, डॉक्टर के पास क्या ले जाना है? His data is all looking good. But the first thing we all do is go to Dr. Google. हम लोग सब Dr. Google is the first thing. तो बोला, check if he's autistic. So हमने बोला, so I checked. I went to Google and searched, what are the traits of autism on children? I didn't tell my wife, I was doing the search. The first thing it said is, they don't respond to your name. So मुझे लगा शायद he has a hearing problem, like the kids you saw here. Then maybe they said, they do the same things over and over again. I said, okay, check. Then I said, okay, he's walking on toes, check. Then he's doing this, looking at the fan, check. Looking at the wheels, check. And slowly, slowly my heart sank. And I said, here goes my perfectly well-scripted life. We went to doctors for the next 3 months. The first place we went was a hearing and speech impairment, because they thought maybe he's not able to hear. I said, no, he can hear. He's perfectly capable. No speech. Long story short, after 3 months, we went to the doctor's room. He called me and my wife and Vivan, and he said, Firoz, he's on the autism spectrum. And I said, okay, so can you give some medications? He said, you're not getting it. There are no medications for autism. It's a condition. I said, ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है? Give some medicines. He said, you are not getting it. This is a condition for life. What you can hope is that, it's not severely autistic. He can be high functional. Start on therapies. I didn't know what hit me at that time. मुझे समझ में नहीं आया कि what hit me. I drove back home with my wife, didn't speak to her. Locked myself in a bathroom and cried straight for 30 minutes because I didn't want to show my weakness. And then the worst started. I went into deep, what they call as the valley of despair. You fall off the cliff. The first thing is a sense of denial. It won't happen to me. It will happen to others, not to me. The second is of anger. मेरे साथ कैसे हो सकता है? The third is negotiation. The mind plays games with you. I said, I hope he's less severely autistic, not more. And then when you don't want to get up in the morning, you have realized that you have got into depression. And that's when a phone call changed my life. And that is my first defining moment. I had cut myself off. People didn't know about it. Kiran Bedi ma'am used to message me and I would always respond to her. But I was stopped responding to her. And so she called me directly and said, Beta, kya hua? Son, what happened? And I started crying and I said, Vivan is diagnosed with autism. I don't know what to do. And she said something that's changed my life forever. She said, Feroz, most people spend their entire life not knowing what their purpose is. You are incredibly fortunate the purpose found you. You are fortunate that you have the intellect, you have the network, you have the means, you have family support. Don't spend the rest of your life only taking care of your child. That is your first responsibility, but you also have a greater responsibility to drive change for the less fortunate people. And at that moment, it was like a switch going off in my mind from seeing myself as a victim. I said, I have an opportunity to drive change. And what transpired after that has been the most difficult, but also the most fulfilling experience. But I had no clue what to do. I didn't know what autism was. I had no clue what to do. So I dug myself deep and did all my research. I started speaking to parents. Many of them are in this room here. I'm grateful to have, they've given me their wisdom. I said, how is it to live with a child with disability? And you wouldn't believe, every parent told me the same thing. The biggest fear is what happens to my child after I'm gone. And there was one father who told me something, and this is, I've heard it across many times, but there was one father who said to me, Feroz, my wish is to live one day more than my son. And that broke my heart. The greatest grief that any parent could ever undergo is to see the child go. And how is it that a father can ever tell me that his dream is to live one day more than the child? Because he doesn't know what to do after he's gone. And at that day I said, this is not fair. Somebody has to do something about this. And I said, I want to spend the rest of their life so that I don't hear this from any other parent again. And that's where I met my dear friend Thorkel Sone, who's here, who was going through the same grief. But the difference was this man had acted on that. He flew all the way from Denmark just to be here. Just to be here. He had the same problem 10 years ago. And he said, he found out that most people on the autism spectrum, and this is not about autism alone, this is about disability. I understood autism, but this is all about disabilities. There is 95% of the people who are disabled are not meaningfully employed. And hence they are not independent. And the fundamental root cause is if these kids can become independent, parents can die a little more peacefully. And he said, how is it that my son, who's so incredibly brilliant, never gets a job? And he said, the fundamental flaw is that the recruitment system looks at people for two specific skills, good communication skills and the ability to play in teams, and autistic children cannot do both of them. So nobody is hiring them. In India, 99% of the people who are in the autism spectrum never get a meaningful job. And he said, I have to change that. He started a company called Specialist Turner in Denmark, started hiring people on the autism spectrum, and he wanted to do it in a way that is not charity, but it should make business sense. And that is how Specialist Turner was born. I had invited him for a speech at SAP, and I was so moved that I said to my assistant Sridhar, who's now in Germany, let's go to Denmark and understand what they do. And I went to his office and I was blown away. There were 100 employees, of which 80 of them were on the autism spectrum. And they were all doing an incredible job. I came back and I said, if it can happen in Denmark, there's no reason it can't happen in India. I went to my HR and I said, we are going to hire people on the autism spectrum. And they said, Feroz, are you smoking? None of them had college degrees. And at SAP, we only hired people with engineering. They had no college degrees. I said, we will hire people on the autism spectrum. Everybody said this is a stupid idea. Feroz, you are doing this because you want to get Vivan a job. He was 18 months, goddammit. आज भी लोग ताना मारते हैं. We hired 3 people on the autism spectrum. They were just school-going kids. We trained them for 6 months at Prayas Labs. We said we will hire them for testing at SAP. As luck would have it, in less than a year, between 12 to 18 months, we were able to prove that the 3 people on the autism spectrum were producing better outcomes than my best engineers. Some of them are here. Their parents are here. And what happened after that was nothing but a series of coincidences. I became a young global leader at the World Economic Forum in 2012. I was invited to Davos and given me 5 minutes to tell an idea that can change the world. And I gave a speech, less than 5 minutes, about ability and disability. Based on what I've learned, I said, if we hire people, if we give them an opportunity, they can be as good or better than everybody else. I gave the speech. CNN carried my speech the next day verbatim, and it was read, coincidentally, by the 2 CEOs of SAP, who was also in Davos. And they called me for a breakfast meeting in Davos, and he said, Feroz, I've read this, are you doing this? I said, I've been doing it for 1.5 years, I didn't tell anybody. Never ask for permission. You can ask for forgiveness later. They were impressed. They said, if you can do this in India, and you are saying it making business sense, this is not CSR, this is business sense. If you can do this in India, which is the hardest place to pull this off, can you do this across the world? I said, yes. He said, what percentage of the children are on the autism spectrum? I said, 1%. He said, we will hire 1% of SAP's global workforce on the autism spectrum. We were 65,000 people. We committed to hiring 650 people on the autism spectrum. 650. It is considered the greatest and the most landmark announcement ever done by a corporate in the history for people with disabilities. 1%, guys. 650 people in one stroke. I wrote the press brief because people had no clue what we were talking about. I wrote the press brief. People said, nobody is going to read this. Kisko pada? It's a technology company. Why should anybody read about hiring people on the autism spectrum? You wouldn't believe, since that announcement happened, I was called by the head of diversity and inclusion. Feroz, the phones have not stopped ringing. Can you come and help us? I sent Sunil, who's here right now. I said, go to Germany for 6 months. Help them figure this out. Ladies and gentlemen, this happened in 2010-13, and let me tell you the impact of this. In 2016, we were invited by Ban Ki-moon at United Nations and said, if SAP can do it, I want every corporate to do this. The Secretary General at the United Nations. In 2016, it became a Harvard case study. And people still ask me, how the hell did this start in India? Why come an advanced country like US didn't figure this out? I said, we figured it out because we had no other option. In 2019 was a high point. At SAP, we have something called a Hasso-Plattner Award, and every year it is given to the most innovative team in the company. 100,000 people every year fight to get that award, and in 2019, for the first time, they made an exception, and they said, we are going it to an individual, not to a team. And this individual was on the autism spectrum. What started here? The idea that happened in Germany now reached Argentina. This guy was an autistic person in Argentina. They had never hired people on the autism spectrum, inspired by what we did. SAP today has hired 220 full-time employees, more than 200 part-time employees through this program. But ladies and gentlemen, here is the most important thing. A month ago we said, how many other companies are doing this? And we couldn't count. At last count, 102 companies. This is what I know. There are so many companies are doing. 102 companies have copied the Autism at Work program, ladies and gentlemen. Across the world, from JP Morgan to Goldman Sachs to IBM, 102 companies started. And it all started with one boy. तो मैं क्रेडिट ले सकता हूँ क्या? नहीं ले सकता हूँ. If that phone call hadn't happened, I wouldn't have come out of my deepest despair. let me tell you the second defining moment. Arun Shourie, whom I consider one of the greatest intellects in this country who is alive. I was fortunate to host him for a book talk. A book he had released called Does He Know a Mother's Heart? Some of the people here in this room was invited for that talk. Does he know a mother's heart? Do you know what the meaning of he is? He said, he means God. Does a God understand a mother's heart? And the reason he wanted to write this book was he said, I don't understand why disability is a taboo in India. The world population says 15% of the world's people are disabled, 1 billion people are disabled. How is it that in India it is only 2.2%? Ho hi nahi sakta. Why is this so low? It's not because it's low, it's just because it's taboo. We don't count. We don't come out. So I had hosted him for a book talk. I was going through my own struggles. He had a son who was profoundly disabled. And so he said, I want to know what every religion tells me about people with disability. What does Islam say about disability? What does Christianity say about disability? What does Hinduism say about disability? And what does Buddhism say about this disability? He said, I want to figure this out. And he said the narrative in Hinduism is the problem. In Hinduism it says, ye karma hai, aapka paap hai. Because the blame is on you, people don't want to speak about it. This was a controversial book. But you know what? My room was full of mothers who came and said, Shourie Saab, thank you, aapne ye kitab likha. Because my family blamed me for this child. And I'd seen mothers crying. And that's what he said. Does he know a mother's heart? So मैंने बोला, सर मैं क्या करूं? He said, Firoz, the best narrative is in Buddhism. Buddhism says the highest form of service is to take care of a child who can't give you anything in return. That is the highest form of service, and that is what you should be doing. And he said one thing, never serve with a long face. However hard it gets, keep smiling. And he said, Firoz, if you have to do one thing to change the narrative of disability in this country, he said, change the narrative. Do not make it about sympathy. Celebrate for who they are. Build a platform where people will celebrate for who they are. They will sing and dance like everybody else. They have the same desires as all of you have. No different. The same dreams, the same aspirations as everybody else. Create a platform for that. And it has to be the best in the world. And that's how the idea of India Inclusion Summit came. When I started the first summit, I must tell you my thoughts were small. I thought I will do it in a small meeting room. And I called him, sir, and he said, Firoz, you call me anytime, I will come. So I was the MD, I thought I could do a meeting with 10 of my friends in a meeting room. So I said, Arun Shourie, sir, I'm doing this summit with a few people at SAP, can you come? He said, मैं आऊँगा, मैं प्रणब को लेके आता हूँ. And I didn't realize he was talking about the President Pranab Mukherjee. That's the time I realized, यार मेरी सोच छोटी है. वो तो मुझे बोल रहा है कि वो प्रेसिडेंट को लेके आएगा और तुम एक छोटी मीटिंग रूम की बात कर रहे हो. And that's when I realized this has to be the biggest platform in the world. If he thinks big, I can't think small. And that's how the India Inclusion Summit started, with the core purpose to celebrate here. रोएंगे लेकिन खुशी का हम आंसू बहाएंगे. How does this function? People are surprised. People are surprised. How do you run this? There is no organization structure. There are no employees. I don't pay payroll. I have no office. We have zero assets. I don't ask for money. There are no logos and no egos. How the hell does this function? It functions because there are hundreds and thousands of volunteers who care. Who care? आप देखें सुबह से आए कितना प्यार से आपको वेलकम किया. What they have done, and this is the most incredible question I was asked, कि Feroz, do you have to go through pain to find your purpose? They said, no. People can find their purpose through other people's pain too. In लोगों ने, these volunteers have taken my pain and made it theirs. How can I take credit? I'll tell you this story. Mind-blowing story. Unbelievable. How the world comes together. I got a phone call when I was in Palo Alto, and I was connected by my secretary and said, there is somebody called Senator Tom Harkin who wants to speak to you. And I was like, I didn't know who Senator Tom Harkin was. I jaldi se Google kiya before I speak to him. Dekha to there are 6-page Wikipedia. 6 page hai. He's one of the longest serving senators in American history. 36 saal unhone senatorship kiya hai. He's the one who's behind the American Disabilities Act. He's the one who's responsible for the subtitles because he said he had a younger brother who was deaf. When he became the senator, he said, I will speak in the US Senate in sign language so that one person will understand what I'm saying. And he said, Feroz, come to DC, I want to give you an award for the work you've done. And I said, can I take my father? My father came with me. Such an incredible man. His humility was more important than what he had achieved. He said, Feroz, can you stay one more day and join my board meeting? Can you advise me? And I'm like, who am I to advise this legend, icon? Inspired by the Inclusion Summit, he had started a own summit called the Harkin Summit. And then he said, is there anything I'm doing wrong, Feroz? And I felt a little nervous to tell him that. And I said, why is it called the Harkin Summit, sir? This is not Feroz's summit. This is India Inclusion Summit, sir. It is not about me. He said, I didn't think that way, Feroz. I have to come. Now I understand what you are doing. I am doing an event, you are doing a movement. No senator has come to Bangalore without informing any government officials. He landed up, Arun Srikumar, he took his small Maruti 800 car and went to the airport to pick him up. Senator, Maruti 800 था या Alto था, पता नहीं कुछ था. Senator साहब को लेने पहुंच गए. उसके बाद next day यहाँ बैंगलोर में खबर आ गई थी, US senator आया, किसी को पता ही नहीं चला. I said, Pavitra, please take care of him for the next 4 days. She took her to the Vidhan Sauda, all meetings cancelled to meet this great icon. He didn't tell anybody. He landed up here for 4 days. But here is where the magic happened. The magic happened on this stage. One of the most important people for me who come to the India Inclusion Summit is Prashant Kamath. अगर मुझे IAS करना पड़े सिर्फ प्रशांत कामत के लिए तो भी मैं करूंगा. हर साल, every year since the Inclusion Summit has started, he would be here at 6:30 a.m. guys. Even 9 बजे शुरू होने वाला है. His mom will say, ये रात को सोता ही नहीं है. He said, मेरे को Inclusion Summit में आना है. Even today, he was the first person to enter this hall. And then his mother told Feroz, Prashant Kamath wants to be a speaker at Inclusion Summit. And I said, but he can't speak. And I called Arun, who's my lifeline. I said, Arun, Prashant Kamath will become the speaker next year. You figure out how to get that done. He spent 4 months visiting his house, curating a speech. We had no clue how to get Prashant Kamath to be a speaker on the stage. Many of you would have heard his speech. When he finished his speech, ladies and gentlemen, Senator Tom Harkin, who was right here, ran on the stage and went to his knees. That's the photograph. He said, I have been working in the disability space for 40 years. I've never heard a speech like that. And when people ask me, Firoz, what is the impact of the India Inclusion Summit? मैं बोलता हूँ, मैं बहुत छोटा आदमी हूँ इसका impact measure करने के लिए. Prashant Kamat's mother, this phase tells it all. How do I measure the impact of that? Corona was disastrous for the disability community. Disastrous. Our hearts broke. We said, for the first time, why is this the 11th year and the 10th summit? Because when COVID happened, we said, we will not spend the money on India Inclusion Summit, but we will support people with disabilities who have lost their primary caregivers, because when you lose your primary caregivers, the person with disability dies too. And we said, we will not allow that to happen. We identified 68 people and we said, for the next 12 months, we will not just support financially, but I'll put 100 volunteers to talk to them every day. And I'm grateful for the volunteers from Allegis who called them every day to make sure that they're alive. One of the greatest lessons that I've learned, ladies, is that there are different forms of currency. People think there is only one form of currency, ki paisa do. There are different forms of currency. The most important form of currency is joy, happiness, compassion. That is priceless. And that's what we want to provide. That's what we want to provide. पैसे कोई भी दे सकता है, time दो, अपनी दिल दो, you will realize how priceless it is. I must tell you, it's incredibly hard to do this. Vivan is 13 years old now. He has no speech. He has a severe form of Crohn's disease. His health is always bad. The last 3 nights I haven't slept properly because his health is bad. And my wife is saying, when are you coming back? But she said something incredibly profound once. We had our moments of grief and despair and pain. And one day she said something incredibly profound. She's way smarter than I am. The most incredible woman I've met. The greatest unsung hero of my life. I get too much credit for what I do. Nobody has a clue what she's doing. Nobody has a clue what she's doing. How can I take credit, guys? She was my classmate. हम लोग एक क्लास में बैठे हैं 4 साल. पढ़ाई ने ज़्यादा नहीं किया मैंने. She was an incredible student. I was a bottomer. Joined SAP, outstanding employee. But after Vivan's thing happened, she left her job. Said, I'll take care of Vivan. And that moment of weakness, she said, Firoz, I will change Vivan for the world while you go out and change the world for Vivan. Why am I saying this, guys? Why am I saying this? And this is something that all of you have to understand. And Rajni ma'am ne aaj subah mein breakfast kha raha tha, unhone told me an incredible quote about George Soros. He said, no wealth is private. No wealth is private because it's always created in the context and you didn't create the context. It's the same. I cannot take the credit because it was the context that had driven me to this direction, and the context was not in my hands. And that is what movements are about. Movements are not about individuals, they are leaderful. हर employee, हर लोग इस काम के लिए जो किया सब leader है, अपने तरीके से. Every volunteer is a leader, in their own small ways. This is how he looks now. You still agree he's good looking? Thank you.
Breath rising and falling, like the waves that caress my toes. I hear the gray sky, immense, endless, and I am not afraid. Is that the rain? It helps me measure space and direction. With its stereophonic soundscape, you open out the world for me. Sound changes to light in our world. Our world lights up when we speak in silence. Beloved, your voice fills my heart, and your touch, how I thrill to your touch. The outside world waits for us to adapt. Explore the road to freedom. We find ways to reveal our inner world and reach out beyond ourselves. For we are many. Many minds of many kinds. Nurtured by loving hearts and hands. We are not alone. We are a community. Making our voices known, our faces known, our dreams and our desires known. To those who do not know our capabilities, to those who do not know our strength, our goal is to bring about a cultural shift in Indian society. Disability is a part of our identity, a positive self-identity for our community. Wake up. It's not just a dream. Make India inclusive by 2030, such that no one is left behind.
कुछ सपने बुने आँखों ने कुछ कुछ अपने चुने राहों ने कुछ हसरतें बढ़ने लगी, कुछ चाहतें जगने लगी, मंजिलें रह गई खुद ब खुद पीछे और हम उड़ चले आसमां के पार, 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 आसमां के आसमां के पार पर चढ़े आंसुओं के दामन को छोड़कर हिम्मत से लग गए हम गले, प्यार को तुम्हारे साथ लेकर चले तो मिल गई हमें।
It's difficult to speak after this, right? And that's what they thought I should do. So not fair. For those who have been seeing me come in and out, I've gained a tag. So I think it's time to introduce myself. I'm Shomita. And as you can see, the founder of Zenica Inclusive Fashion. And every single time I say that, people ask me, what is inclusive fashion? I really hope one day I don't have to explain it. But till then. So let me just go back a little bit. And let me tell you what happened around 1.5, 2 years ago. I met someone who, a little girl, around 12 years old, and she said, I want to be like you. I've never felt that kind of pressure in my life before. And that was the day I grew up. This boy is 9 years old. After growing up, I needed inspiration. He gave it to me. I think that was this April. This April, his mother, Gayatri, she called me and she said, Vivan needs to go to school. Now, I have never spoken to Gayatri before. I haven't heard of her. She found my number through a friend. And I thought, why is she calling me for schooling? So she said that I need him to be able to use the bathroom while in school. He's 9 years old with a spinal cord injury, 100% wheelchair user. COVID happened, 2 years he was at our home, so we could handle it. Before that, he was 7. His body size was manageable. Right now, if he can't find an easy way to use the toilet, we will have to get him out of school. And homeschooling is our only option. So, when she called me, I was myself in the hospital. Some people think it's my second home, I keep going there. So I said, look, I cannot do anything from here. I can probably tell you what to do if that helps. She said, no, we want you to do it, we'll wait. Then she sent me the school uniform so that I get the colors right. I've never done school uniforms. I don't even know where to get the fabrics from. So I went back home from the hospital. I myself don't know how the fabrics finally got to me because I had to really hound them. It looks very simple, but it's not. You would think everybody has a yellow color shirt as a uniform. And finally, when I gave it to him, he went to school with this, and he told his teachers something that changed my life. He said, First and foremost, he's 9 years old. He has no business writing the alchemy, but he did. And he told his teachers that the universe conspired to send Shomita Didi to me. She's the gift I needed. And when I heard that, for Vivan, when I heard that, I thought that I have no excuse to not continue doing this, because I've been doing this for nearly 3 years now. And I can tell you, the first 2.5 years, I kept wondering, it's tough, right? Every morning you wake up and you wonder, what the hell are you doing? And there would be someone or the other who would motivate me. There would be a 47-year-old guy who would say, thank you for the jeans you gave me. I've never worn one before, and now I feel like a cowboy. He had cerebral palsy. He was in a wheelchair. It's tough to get into jeans. There was a 36-year-old woman who wanted to feel good and sexy. And for the first time, she could wear a sari. And she said, thank you for that. And now I feel like a part of the festival, the Diwali at my home. Tiny doses of motivation kept me going. But Vivan changed all of that. Vivan made me feel I can't let him down. Because there was this one time when his mom probably mentioned that I'm not well. And he said, can you please ask her to get better soon? Because there's so many people like me. And also, next year I would need full pants. This is a half. A few days later, his mom called me and she said, for the first time, Vivan wanted to go to the zoo. And he said, now that I have these kind of pants, I can go out, I can drink water, I can use the bathroom. I have all the hours to myself. I can tell you something, when he said he can go to school, he can continue schooling, I felt great. But when he said he wants to go to the zoo, I don't know how I felt. Because it felt like I was helping someone live a dream he didn't even, I'm sorry, I'm so emotional. A dream he never even thought he had, or maybe he knew, but he never verbalized. And that's what happens a lot of times, right? Where is the next person? Yes. This is Ollie, 27, wears my clothes, sends me these pictures, and she says, for the first time, I feel sexy. How many of us wants to be loved? Raise of hands. Whoa. How many of us wants us to be in a nice romantic relationship? Raise of hands. Wow, I mean, that went down quickly. She did. I do. So, for once, she felt like she can go out there, she can date people because she felt sexy. And I felt I've done it. Investors come in and they ask me, how many people's lives have you changed? What's the market size? For the first few times, I kept rambling data, 15%, 2%, 2.3%, so many millions. And then I said, you know what? I have Ollie who feels sexy and now she wants to date people. I don't think I need to come up here and explain myself 1,000 times. You have not worked as fast as we expect startups to. Have you thought of closing? No. Why should I? Why should I when Vivan wants me to get better and get back at work? It's taking longer. And just Feroz, he said that, right? It's context. Of the 2 years that I ran, 9 months was in hospital, cumulatively. So every time I worked hard and I put it up here, the momentum, it will go right back the moment I got admitted in a hospital. The minimum time I spent in a hospital was 5 weeks. The maximum 3.5 months. That kept happening. So the business momentum goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down. And there are people who kept saying, do you need more money? Do you need this? I mean, of course, who doesn't need money? I need money. But what I needed more, and I knew that, was people. I have a very, very strong belief. And if there's one thing that I have learned in my 40 years is this: 1 + 1 is never, ever, listen to me carefully, it's never, ever 2. I'm not asking you to forget your math, but bear with me. 1 plus 1 is either 0, because when two people come together and they collide, they don't do anything. Much worse, it can be negative. They destroy. But when two people, with all their hearts, with all their minds, walk towards something with all the right intentions, it has to be 11. It has to be 111. And I'm a private limited company. My balance sheets are almost public, so you guys can just check out and see how much I earn, and it's not much. But I've earned people. And there's nothing in the world, I will say, that tops that. One of my clients, so this is homegrown startup, right? I started when I was in bed. I couldn't move. I couldn't turn in my bed by myself. I needed my mom. My mother has decided to be right here, but in the background. And that's how she's always been, in the background. And for all those who understand how strong backgrounds need to be for the foreground to shine, you know who she is and how important she is. So my mom would turn me in bed, feed me, because I couldn't open my mouth. And that's when I thought, oh, you know, a lot of things I can't do. But I refuse to go through pain every single day just to wear my clothes, something that human beings have made. So I put my foot down there. And then I started finding my solutions, because Google couldn't help me there. And when I did, I said, it's just not fair. So I'm not trained in design and all that. I'm trained in public policy. And my public policy brain kicked in. And it said, if you have a good idea, it's only worth if it goes to more people. If more people benefits, not just you. And that's when I wanted to start the business. And everybody said, oh, you know what, you're not able enough. I'm like, okay, fair enough. And now you can see me standing, right? And I'm kind of dancing around the stage. And now a lot of people say, you're not disabled enough. I'm like, problem kya hai, yaar? So, you know, Zenica really started, that's more of Ollie. So that's my dad. That was the first thing I ever, actually my sister did that for me. We styled a skirt, and we styled the scarf, and I think I kind of felt sexy. After being wrapped in, this is an important thing for me. The last 6 months have been incredibly difficult. And I thought I was making mistakes all the time, at every step. And for some reason, somebody said, you know, meditate through your problem. And when I did, I could see, this is Tagore's manuscripts. And I could see that, you know, there are little scribbles out there, the mistakes he made. And then he turned them into art. In my meditation, Tagore just said, you will make mistakes, but just make sure you don't stop there. You make all your mistakes turn to art. The clothes that I'm wearing today, this top, this is a mistake. This is one of my failed attempts at making adaptive, accessible clothes. I decided to change a little things and make it into art and wear it myself. Sorry, I'm skipping through because somebody says time is up. But this is important. I said 1 and 1, 11, 111, and I think it can be infinite, and I don't know the answer yet. I wanted people to join me, right? I didn't know how to do that. But I remembered something that happened to me a few years back when I was really sick, and all I could do was connect with an online community. There was someone I didn't know whose name I was hearing for the first time, and she was heartbroken. As usually, a guy broke her heart. There's no surprises there. And she said, I don't know, like, why can't people love me? I didn't know her well enough to say that people would, or people do rather. But I did have the confidence, and I knew her enough to say that she's lovable. She was not happy with that. So I just said, you know what? If you need love in your life, I honestly don't know how you get it, but I know one thing. There's one more way of getting love in your life, and that is to give it. So let's just start giving it. And when I wanted people in my life to make my 1 + 1 11, I didn't know how to go about it. So I thought, okay, let me start with what I can give. And that's what I always follow. Do what you can with what you have, but just do it now. So at this moment, I decided to start a website because e-com businesses need websites. And I dedicated a page, and including my product pages and my services. I didn't even have services, so I created a services pages. And I invited other people to be on board. I said, I'm going to push my website anyway so that people come on it. But why should they only learn about me? Why not of all the other people out there? This is just the beginning. It's not just 5 people. Anyone, if you want to be there, please let me know. You will be up here. And you're the first person I voted, Aram Se. Aram Se started a 1.5 years back, also on adaptive clothing, accessible clothing. And the entire world started telling me, now you have a competitor. I'm like, I'm not even sure what that word means anymore. I think let's collaborate. Let's have 1+1. Aram Se is run by Ashima. Ashima has her own brand too. And I called up Ashima and I said, hey, what's up? And she said, oh, good to talk. And then we said, let's do something together. And we keep making plans, but she lives in Kerala, I live in Kolkata. But Zoom has helped us. And I told Ashima, I want to do this together. And she said, yeah, anytime. So the first person I onboarded on my website is someone who the whole world thinks is my competitor, but I can tell you, she's the best collaborator I have. Thank you so much. I hope to have all of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And someone else who has been incredible in helping me understand and making me also believe. I do believe it. It's not that I don't. But there are days when you can be a little weak. So he helps me believe that everyone is good at something. Where have you all heard that before? It's our tagline, guys. IS's tagline. Everyone is good at something. But is a tagline enough? Clearly not. Because it's just 3 words, and sometimes when we have spent years and decades and, I don't know, millennia probably, in believing that there's a certain group of people who are not good enough, right? If you come to think of it, all of us go through that. You're just not enough. You're either not fat enough, or not thin enough, not tall enough, not short enough. I'm not able enough, not disabled enough. But everyone needed to know that everyone is good at something, but the community that needed to know that more was the people with disabilities. But it's not that they didn't know that. They also needed others to know it. And the only way other people could know it is through understanding and knowing their lives, the lives of the people with disabilities. So that's what India Inclusion Summit decided to do. Tell stories. So there is a collection of stories, all that say the only one thing: everyone is good at something. Each and every state, each and every union territory of this country, and we pick up stories from there of all kinds of disabilities, intellectual, physical, all kinds. And we just talk about their lives. And when you talk about people's lives, it's almost impossible to miss what they're good at. But we needed a great storyteller. And a picture speaks more than a picture speaks more than a? So who is going to speak 1,000 words to us? Vicky. Give a hand to Vicky Roy, one of the best photojournalists I have known.
Thank you, Samita.
Kare lago yaar.
Thank you so much.
Vicky was one of those people who came to visit me also to do a tiny story on me. Tiny था ना, जब लंबा करोगे ना बाद में.
नहीं, खाना खिलाया अपने घर पे रखे, ठीक है, होटल का पैसा बचा दिए.
You know, when he was taking pictures, not for once did I feel that he's not my friend. That was the first time we were meeting. And I had read up on, people coming to your home and all that. You read up on the person. Google hai na. But Google doesn't tell you what incredible person he is. We all hear about rags to riches and all of that. That's who he is. He has actually picked up rags. Hai na, kiye the na. That's how he survived. But the richness today, I'm sure is in the bank balance, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the richness in his heart. Thank you so much for calling me your friend.
Thank you. Thank you, Samita.
Over to Vicky to talk about
trigger दे दीजिए.
to talk about his journey with us.
Hi everyone, good morning. So I'm talking about everyone is good at something. So आप मेरे टी-शर्ट पे भी देख सकते हैं. And I will tell you how we start. पहले टाइम देख लेते हैं. So how we start, everyone is good at something, and ये कैसे आया और कैसे स्टार्ट हुआ, तो मैं आपको थोड़ा सा पीछे लेके जाना चाहूँगा. आई एम ए इंक फेलो. मैं 2012 बैच का इंक फेलो हूँ. सो देयर इज़ लाइक ए टेड टॉक जिस तरह होता है, उसी तरह इंडियन वर्जन इज इंक टॉक, एंड आई एम ए फेलो ऑफ 2012. तो 2013 में मेरी पहली बुक आई थी होम स्ट्रीट होम के नाम से. और जब वो बुक आई तो इंक टॉक में मैंने उनको बताया कि ये बुक आई है. तो इंक टॉक ने मुझे काफ़ी सारे जगहों पे लेकर के गए अपने बुक को बारे में बताने के लिए और प्लस वो बुक बेचने के लिए. तो उनमें से एक था लक्ष्मी मैम मुझे फिरोज भाई के ऑफिस लेकर के गए SAP लैब में, और मैंने वहाँ पे टॉक दिया और मेरे पास 10 किताबें मैं अपने साथ ले करके गया था. तो मैंने लक्ष्मी मैम को बोला कि एक बार फिरोज भाई से पूछो ना कि ये बुक खरीद ले. तो उन्होंने जा कर के पूछा कि विक्की अपने साथ 10 बुक ले करके आया है. तो ही सेड कि मैं तो 100 बुक खरीद के अपने एम्प्लॉय को बांटूंगा. तो ही बॉट माई 100 बुक्स एंड आई एम सुपर हैप्पी कि सो दैट इज़ द कन्वर्सेशन. उसके बाद मैं फिरोज भाई के साथ टच में नहीं था. बट somehow in 2020 during the कोविड, जब कल अभिषेक पोद्दार जी आए थे और वो बता रहे थे कि कोविड के टाइम पे उन्होंने एक टॉक स्टार्ट किया था. एंड somehow in that talk in 2020 दिसंबर में फिरोज भाई को और मुझे एक टॉक पे हम दोनों पैनल थे 20 नवंबर को, एंड हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे आर्ट के ऊपर कि फिरोज भाई किस तरीके से काम करते हैं. एंड फर्स्ट टाइम आई हर्ड कि फिरोज भाई डिसेबिलिटी सेक्टर में काम करते हैं. तो टॉक ख़त्म होने के बाद मैंने फिरोज भाई का मैं व्हाट्सएप में मैसेज आया, एंड देन फिरोज भाई ने वीडियो कॉल किया मुझे कि बहुत बढ़िया. तो मैंने कहा फिरोज भाई मैं पैसे दे के तो आपकी मदद नहीं कर सकता हूँ बिकॉज मेरे पास उतने पैसे नहीं हैं, बट मैं अपने फोटोग्राफी के थ्रू सपोर्ट कर सकता हूँ आपको. तो ही सेड कि मेरे दिमाग में भी कुछ है, बट तू बता तेरे दिमाग में क्या है. तो मैंने बताया कि ऐसा ऐसा, एंड देन फिरोज भाई सेड कि मैंने कुछ ऐसा सोच रखा है. तो हमने डिस्कस किया एंड देन वी कम अप विद द आइडिया. फिरोज भाई सेड कि देखो हम कोविड के वजह से हर साल इंडिया इंक्लूजन सबमिट करते हैं एंड सभी को हम बैंगलोर बुलाते हैं. तो इज इट पॉसिबल कि अगर हम सभी को बैंगलोर नहीं बुला पा रहे तो हम उनके घर चले जाते हैं एंड हम वहाँ से स्टोरी लेकर के आते हैं. सो दैट्स हाउ स्टार्ट. सो लाइक जैसे ह्यूमन ऑफ बॉम्बे है, ह्यूमन ऑफ न्यूयॉर्क है, तो उसी तरीके से हमने स्टार्ट किया एवरीवन इज़ गुड एट समथिंग. तो मैं पहला मैं कश्मीर जा कर के तारिक भाई का शूट किया था. तारिक भाई यहीं कहीं पे है. और देन उसके बाद मेरा ट्रैवलिंग स्टार्ट हो गया. तो मैं गुवाहाटी गया और मैं गोविंदा मजुमदार की स्टोरी आपको बताना चाहता हूँ. तो गोविंदा को दिखाई नहीं देता है, बोल नहीं पाता है, सुन नहीं पाता है. तो मेरे पास साथ एक इंटरप्रेटर गया था एक्सप्लेन करने के लिए. तो मैं जैसे ही पहुँचा तो उसने पहले छू करके बताया, कैमरा वैमरा टच किया कि ये फोटोग्राफर है और ये एक्सप्लेन करेगा. तो ये सेड कि कहाँ से आ रहे हो. तो वी सेड कि हम 2 किलोमीटर पीछे गाड़ी पार्क किए बिकॉज गाड़ी यहाँ तक आ नहीं सकती थी, तो हम वॉक करके आए हैं. तो वो हमारे ऊपर गुस्सा होने लगा कि आप लोग उस रास्ते से क्यों आए, आपको लोग को इस रास्ते से आना चाहिए था. तो उनको दिखाई नहीं देता है, सुन नहीं पाता, बट एग्जैक्ट पता है कि कहाँ से रास्ता जाता है और कहाँ से आता है. सो देन उसके बाद मैं उनका फ़ोटो खींचना चालू किया, पूछा उनसे कि क्या करते हैं. तो वो लाइक ये रस्सी खुद बनाते हैं एंड खुद ही बाज़ार में जा कर के इसको बेच कर के आते हैं. ये जो आप दरवाज़ा देख रहे हैं ये इसने खुद बनाया है, तो और खुद बना करके लगाया है. फिर मुझे वो अपने खेत पे लेकर के गया, तो उनके खेत करीब 1/2 किलोमीटर दूर है, तो उसको एग्जैक्ट पता था कि कहाँ पे उनका खेत है और कहाँ पे उन्होंने काम छोड़ा था लास्ट और अब कहाँ से काम उसको स्टार्ट करना है। तो ही स्टार्टिंग शोइंग में एवरीथिंग। एंड उसके बाद वो घर वापस आके उनको लगा कि हम थक गए, तो वो नारियल के पेड़ पे चढ़ के हमारे लिए नारियल तोड़ने लगा। तो मुझे अंदर से बहुत डर लग रहा था कि यार गिर गया तो ये सारा जिम्मेवारी मेरे ऊपर आ जाएगा। सो स्केर्ड, बट वो हमारे लिए नारियल तोड़ करके ले करके आया और फिर वो सेविंग करने बैठा। तो मैंने उनसे ट्रांसलेटर से पूछा कि इनको तो दिखाई नहीं देता, ये चश्मा क्यों शीशा क्यों पकड़ रखा है? तो इस सेड कि इनको ट्रेनिंग में बताया गया है कि जब सेविंग करते हैं तो सामने शीशा लगा हुआ होता है। सो दैट्स वाई वो सेविंग करते समय शीशा पकड़ते हैं। उसके बाद जब मैं वापस जा रहा था तो उन्होंने मुझे एक्सप्लेन किया अपने ट्रांसलेटर के थ्रू कि ना मेरे छोटे भाई की शादी हो गई है, उसके 2 बच्चे भी है, मेरी शादी नहीं हो रही, मुझे लड़की नहीं मिल रहा है। तो ही सेड कि कोई अगर मुझे थोड़ा मदद कर दे और मैं एक परचून का दुकान खोलना चाहता हूँ, तो मैं दुकान खोलूँगा तो मुझे लड़की मिल जाएगी शादी के लिए। तो मैंने कोशिश किया था कि इसकी स्टोरी जब पब्लिश होगी और मे भी कोई सामने आएगा तो मैं इनकी कुछ सपोर्ट कर पाऊँगा, बट कर नहीं पाया। बट एनी हाउ हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। ये मैंने ड्यूरिंग दिस जर्नी मैंने जो फ़ोटो शूट किया है, तो उनमें से कुछ कोट जो इन लोगों ने कहा है मैं चाहता हूँ आप लोग पढ़े, बट साथ साथ में हम क्या कर रहे हैं वो हम आपको बताते हैं। तो ये हम 2 अप्रैल को हमने ये EGS का कैंपेन लॉन्च किया था वर्ल्ड ऑटिज्म डे पे, और हमने अभी तक टोटल 89 स्टोरी शूट किए हैं 22 स्टेट, 6 यूनियन टेरेटरी एंड 5 लैंग्वेज के साथ। थैंक यू। सो ड्यूरिंग द कोविड में जब मतलब इनके घर जाता था तो मुझे एक बहुत डर लगता था कि यार मेरे वजह से अगर, क्योंकि मैं इतना ट्रैवल कर रहा हूँ और मेरे वजह से अगर किसी को कोविड हो गया तो मुझे हमेशा वो गिल्ट रहेगा। तो मुझे वो बहुत ध्यान रखना पड़ता था कि मेरे वजह से, तो जो भी सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन थे वो मैं सारा अप्लाई करता था अपने ऊपर, ताकि मेरे वजह से किसी को कुछ दिक्कत ना हो। बट आप बिलीव नहीं करोगे, मैं कहीं पे भी जाता था तो वो लोग मेरे लिए होटल बुक कर देते थे, या वो बोलते थे कि आप मेरे घर पे आकर के रुक जाओ। तो कभी जैसे मैं कोलकाता गया था तो सोमिता ने मुझे बोला कि तुम होटल में क्यों रुकोगे, तुम आकर के हमारे घर में रुको। एंड दे आर लाइक ए वेरी वेलकमिंग, लाइक खाने से लेके हर चीज़ का ध्यान रखते थे, बेटे की तरह एकदम रखा। सो थैंक यू सो मच सोमिता। उसके बाद मुझे इसके बाद मेरी लर्निंग स्टार्ट हुई। जैसे मुझे नहीं पता था कि देयर इज अकॉर्डिंग टू द इंडियन गवर्नमेंट देयर इज 21 टाइप ऑफ डिसेबिलिटी। सो टोटल 21 तरह की डिसेबिलिटी है, ये मुझे काम करते करते पता चला। और अभी तक हमने इस प्रोजेक्ट में 18 टाइप की डिसेबिलिटी कवर किए हैं और अभी 3 बचे हुए हैं। तो मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि वो मैं 2 साल ख़त्म होते होते अप्रैल से पहले वो मैं कंप्लीट कर लूँ। उसके बाद जैसे आप हमारे वेबसाइट पे जाएंगे तो प्लीज़ विजिट आवर वेबसाइट कॉल एवरीवन इज़ गुड एट समथिंग। तो आप देखोगे हमारे वेबसाइट में कोई लाइक बटन नहीं है। और हमने स्टार्टिंग में जो हमारी, अब पहले जब हम स्टार्ट किए थे छोटी टीम थी, अभी हमारी 25 लोगों की टीम है, बिकॉज इसमें बहुत सारे साइन वो लैंग्वेज है, अलग अलग चीज़ें हैं, टेक टीम है। तो हमने वेबसाइट में लाइक बटन नहीं रखा है कि हमने सोचा कि हाँ, लोगों को ये डिसाइड नहीं करना चाहिए कि किसकी स्टोरी अच्छी है और किसकी ज़्यादा अच्छी नहीं है। तो दैट्स वाई वेबसाइट में कोई लाइक बटन नहीं है। सो ऑल स्टोरी इज़ गुड फॉर अस। सो मैं अब थैंक यू कुछ स्टोरी मैं आपके साथ शेयर करता हूँ। रोजी निशा, मैंने झारखंड में ये स्टोरी शूट किया था और मैंने रोजी का जब स्टोरी शूट करके जब हमारे वेबसाइट में ये पब्लिश हुआ तो समवन कॉल अस एंड दे सेड कि हमने रोजी का स्टोरी पढ़ा और हम इसको सपोर्ट करना चाहते हैं। तो रोजी के फैमिली जो है उनके फादर को भी दिखाई नहीं देता है, ब्रदर एक आँख से देख पाता है, एक से नहीं देख पाता है, और मम्मी भी सीधे चल नहीं पाती है। तो ये एक छोटा सा दुकान चलाते थे। किसी ने इनकी स्टोरी पढ़ी और मुझे थोड़े से पैसे दिए कि आप उनको दीजिए ताकि वो दुकान में और सामान डाल के अच्छे से चला सके। तो मैंने जिन्होंने मुझे पैसा दिया था मैं फिर उनको दिया और फिर उन्होंने घर पे अपनी दुकान को थोड़ा सा बड़ा कर लिया एंड उनकी इनकम थोड़ी सी और बढ़ गई है। तो थ्रू दिस प्रोजेक्ट दिस थिंग इज़ हैपनिंग नाउ। सो दिस इज लाइक ए मूवमेंट, फिरोज भाई व्हाट सेइंग। सो ये मैं सोमनाथ मंडल का ये फ़ोटो कैलकाटा में शूट किया था एंड लोकोमोटर डिसेबिलिटी एंड सुंदरबन थोड़ा काफ़ी रूरल है, तो वहाँ पे चीज़ें पहुँचना थोड़ा डिफ़िकल्ट होता है। तो समवन रीड सोमनाथ स्टोरी और उनको एक बाईसाइकिल व्हील चेयर की ज़रूरत थी एंड किसी ने उनको व्हील चेयर भेज दिया वो पढ़ करके। उन्होंने लाइक मुझे भी कांटेक्ट नहीं किया, दे सेंड टू देम डायरेक्ट। उसके बाद कविता का मैंने ये स्टोरी शूट किया था वेस्ट बंगाल में, एंड देन कविता का भी स्टोरी पढ़ करके उसको भी ये व्हील चेयर उन्होंने भेज दिया, बिकॉज स्टोरी एक वीक के बाद आता है, एक वीक के बाद दूसरे वीक। सो इस वेबसाइट में हमने 50-50 का रेशो रखा है, 1 वीक मेल स्टोरी 1 वीक फीमेल स्टोरी। सो एक हफ्ते बाद आता है इस तरीके से स्टोरी। आशीष बेहरा ये उड़ीसा में मैंने शूट किया था एंड समवन रीड हिज स्टोरी और इनको एक व्हील चेयर की ज़रूरत थी, तो किसी ने मुझे पैसा भेजा, फिर मैंने अपने एक वॉलंटियर फ्रेंड से रिक्वेस्ट किया कि वो उनको वो व्हील चेयर खरीद के पहुंचा दे, तो देन आशीष गेट द व्हील चेयर। ये फातिमा केरा है और मैंने नागालैंड में इनकी स्टोरी शूट की थी, और इनके पाँव छोटे बड़े हैं, तो ये हाथ वाली मशीन से सिल के पुराने कपड़े सिल के गुजारा करती है। तो किसी ने इनकी स्टोरी पढ़ी और बोला कि उनको वो इलेक्ट्रिक मशीन हाथ वाला देना चाहता है, तो मैंने उनको डायरेक्ट कनेक्ट करा दिया एंड शी गॉट द इलेक्ट्रिक मशीन। कश्मीर में मैंने आमिर हुसैन का ये स्टोरी शूट किया था। तो आमिर हुसैन को जब मैं शूट करने जा रहा था, तो बिकॉज ये जिस तरह के फैमिली से आता है, जिस तरीके का कंडीशन है वहाँ पे, ही ऑलवेज रिक्वायर्ड बॉल। इसके दोनों हाथ नहीं है बट ये पाँव से बॉलिंग कराता है और ऐसे कंधे पे बैट फंसा करके बैटिंग करता है। तो इन्होंने बोला कि विक्की भाई आप दिल्ली से आ रहे हो तो मुझे 2 दर्जन लेदर के बॉल ला दीजिएगा। तो मैं खरीदने के लिए गया, मुझे लगा कि 2-3 हज़ार में आ जाएगा एंड आई फाउंड कि इट्स वेरी एक्सपेंसिव। तो मैंने फिरोज भाई को कॉल किया कि फिरोज भाई वो आमिर ने बोला है कि बॉल ला देने के लिए, तो ही सेड टेक इट एंड विक्की भाई आप जाते हो लोकेशन पे तो आपको पता है कि व्हाट दे रिक्वायर्ड। तो उन्होंने एक सर्टेन अमाउंट बताया मुझे फिरोज भाई ने कि इतने तक अगर किसी को ज़रूरत होता है तो उसके लिए आपको मुझे कॉल करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, पूछने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, यू ऑन द स्पॉट सपोर्ट देम। तो दैट काइंड ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस फिरोज भाई ने मुझे दे रखा है कि आप शूट पे जाते हो तो यू डिसाइड कि उनको क्या चाहिए, आप दे दो इतने अमाउंट तक। छोटरे का स्टोरी, छोटरे का मैंने उड़ीसा में ये स्टोरी शूट किया था और मैंने बोला कि तुम 18 साल के हो गए हो, अब क्या करोगे? तो ही सेड कि मैं एक दुकान खोलूँगा यहाँ पे। तो आई सेड कि मैं तुम्हें पैसा देता हूँ, तुम दुकान खोल लो। सो आफ्टर सम टाइम फ्यू डेज लेटर ही कॉल मी कि भैया मैं दुकान खोलूँगा तो मेरे घर वाले सारा सामान खा जाएंगे, तो मैं साइकिल मैकेनिक का काम सीखना चाहता हूँ। सो देन आई सेंड माई वन वॉलंटियर फ्रेंड कि उसके लिए एक दुकान ढूंढ दो और उसको कहीं पे काम सीखने पे लगा दो। तो ही वेंट एंड इसके लिए मार्केट में एक दुकान पे बात करके इसको एक दुकान पे काम सीखने के लिए लगा दिया है। तो एक ऑटो वाले से बात करके इसको हर दिन ले आने के लिए लगा दिया है। तो जब ये ट्रेंड हो जाएगा तो मैं इसके लिए वो साइकिल की दुकान खुलवा दूँगा। काजल मिश्रा लोकोमोटर डिसेबिलिटी, और इनको ये दिल्ली में रहती है और ये एक ट्रेनिंग कर रही थी और इसको 3-4 मंथ का सपोर्ट चाहिए था दिल्ली में रहने के लिए। सो वी सपोर्ट हिम 4 मंथ उसके ट्रेनिंग के लिए। और रिंजिंग तामचोस, ये लद्दाख की स्टोरी है। तो इनको कंपाउंड बो चाहिए था और वो भी प्रोफेशनल वाला है बिकॉज वो ये चीज़ करता है। तो किसी ने इनका स्टोरी पढ़ के फिरोज भाई ने लिंक्डइन में शेयर किया था एंड समवन रीड हिज स्टोरी इन यूएस एंड समवन सेंड $1,000 टू हिम टू बाई दैट, बट दैट इज़ वेरी एक्सपेंसिव। वो करीब 2-2.5 लाख रुपए का आता है। तो वी स्टिल ट्राई टू कलेक्ट द लेफ्ट अमाउंट एंड जब भी हमारे पास आ जाएगा वो बाकी बचे, इनके लिए $1,000 है हमारे पास, तो जब वो बाकी आ जाएगा तो हम इनके लिए वो भी खरीद के इनको देंगे। थैंक यू। और इनको हमने ये स्टैंड चाहिए था, इन्होंने मुझे डायरेक्ट कॉल किया। इन्होंने कहीं से मेरे बारे में सुना था कि मैं फ़ोटो खींचने के लिए आता हूँ और कभी छोटी मोटी चीज़ की ज़रूरत होती है तो वी प्रोवाइड। तो इन्होंने मुझे कॉल किया तो आई प्रोवाइड हिम डायरेक्ट। रिसेंट स्टोरी रोमन, जो फिरोज भाई ने कल शेयर किया कि अपने घर से इसको काफ़ी दूर ट्रेनिंग के लिए जाना पड़ता है और इसको एक लैपटॉप की ज़रूरत थी। तो समवन रीड हिज स्टोरी इन द वेबसाइट एंड कॉल फिरोज भाई कि ही वांट टू सपोर्ट हिम एंड नेक्स्ट डे उनको ये लैपटॉप उन्होंने भिजवा दिया। एंड दिस इज़ पौंडीचेरी का स्टोरी है ये। So this is how happening with the everyone is good at something. So please come and have a look the exhibition. जब आप लोग को break मिले आप उनकी कहानी पढ़िए, आपको काफ़ी अच्छा लगेगा. Thank you Nancy, आपका story भी बहुत बढ़िया था. So thank you so much. अच्छा.
Incredible stories that Vicky has collected. I also can't hear myself. Mike, जोर से बोलो सुनाई देगा. Okay. I think the mic is working. So incredible stories. I have read almost all of them, not all of them. Catching up. And if I could just please request Sir Thorkel Sone to come up. Just like Vicky gives us hope, so do you, sir.
अच्छा, मैं लोगों के लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी ढूंढता हूँ एंड यहाँ पे बाकी लोग बैठे हुए हैं, तो मैं आप लोग के लिए एक अपॉर्चुनिटी आप लोग अप्लाई कर सकते हो. सो देयर इज इंक फेलोशिप इज ओपन. ठीक है, सो जैसे टेड टॉक होता है उसी तरह इंक टॉक है एंड फेलोशिप ओपन है, तो प्लीज़ अप्लाई. अभी इंक फेलोशिप की क्या कहते हैं, खुली हुई है डेडलाइन.
इट्स द डेडलाइन इज ओपन फॉर एप्लीकेशन.
यस, ओपन फॉर एप्लीकेशन. सो प्लीज़ कम एंड अप्लाई.
So I request, sir, please do felicitate him. One hope to another.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Vicky bhai, not so soon, not so soon. Vicky.
Yes.
You noticed what he did, right? After his talk was over, he just said, by the way, more opportunities for everybody. So for an incredible person like this, we want your signature on the painting.
अभी डिले नहीं हो रहा.
Now I let him go. So, you're an incredible audience, and we also have a live streaming going on online, so there are lots of people joining us, especially for the online folks who are missing out on the full energy. I think they need a tea break, so I'll offer that to you too. Please, let's have tea. Let's come back in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. If you think 5 minutes is not enough, we'll have lunch later. Please don't be late. Lots of more incredible stuff awaiting you.
Okay, yeah. Hello, everyone. I hope we're all back from a good tea, a quick tea, a 5 minutes tea. Is everyone back? Yes? So now we have the new generation, the new Nightingale of India, presenting to you Jyoti Kalai from Tamil Nadu.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me a great pleasure to be on this platform, India Inclusion Summit. My name is Jyoti Kalai. I am from Chennai. I am currently doing MA Indian Music at Madras University. Though I am visually and intellectually challenged, I am musically independent. My mother continues to be my main support system and helps me in achieving things which I can or cannot dream of. I am a national awardee and Kalai Valarmani from Tamil Nadu government. I can sing full 1330 Tirukural instantly in any ragas. For that, I also being awarded record certificate from Asian Book of Records. I can sing Carnatic song in movie song from Tamil, Telugu, Kannada and Hindi. I can play the violin and the keyboard. I performed in many places, in events in India and abroad. I love to travel to perform in different venues. This way, I get to enjoy the travel, meet new people. I also explored new opportunities. I also undertake online classes, few students from the US and the UK. As the name suggests, this is an inclusion summit. My message to you all, please support and encourage and include us all. I am now going to sing a song, Dil Hai Chota Sa, and perform on the Arabic Kuttu on violin. I hope you all like and enjoy. Nandri. Thanks for this wonderful opportunity. year I am going to America and UK. From the kindly give me a support also.
Hello. Yes.
எவ்வளவு கோலாகலம் எவ்வளவு சந்தோஷமா இருக்கு தெரியுமா? கோலாகலமா இருக்கு. நன்றி நன்றி நன்றி. பாரத் மாதா கி ஜெய்.
Ladies and gentlemen, wasn't that amazing? The music reached to my heart and soul. I don't know about any of you guys, but I am blind too, and I can't sing as well as this Nightingale of India. Let's give a standing ovation to Jyoti Kalai. We must not forget that behind everyone, there is a pillar of success. Jyoti has added her name to the India Book of Records. She has sung 1,338 Thirukkurals in 3 hours and 38 seconds. Can you guys believe that? We have with us her mother, Kalai Selvi, who is always behind her in every step, who has invested all her time and energy to ensure her daughter gets the best in pursuing her interest. Let's ask her, ma'am, what was your journey like?
Good morning all. I am Jyoti, mother, Kalai Selvi. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. I thank India Inclusion Summit. Biggest dream in my life. I never thought my daughter will come to this stage. I'm telling my parents, younger parents also, angels will come in our life. Whatever comes, no looking back. A dark will come to a light face. In my life, it came now. So I thank for this opportunity. I took music as therapy only. Therapy became passion. Passion became profession now. I always think about her happiness only. What gives her happiness? Because I am the mind and vision for her. So I'm working for more than her mind. I'm now working for her dreams. And I'm working on inclusion also. I'm creating awareness. Everyone is good at something. Even though elephants are living in this planet, ants are also important. I am like an ant. My daughter is like an ant. But we never want to give it up. So kindly I request this society give opportunities and help us to fly high. Without you, we can't people fly high. And she want to travel and perform all around the world. She loves flight very much. Whenever she enters the flight, she kisses the flight. How are you, baby? Happy birthday to flight. Every time she used to tell. So I request this community, kindly, everyone is good at something. Even though she is challenged, she is musically independent. I can challenge the society. My daughter can work as a normal musician. Give her an opportunity and support our dream. Thank you. We all need your support. And also I'm creating awareness to the people. Support and guide in the right way. I'm also working for underprivileged kids. My daughter should work for voiceless people. That is my aim. That is only I'm traveling with her. Thank you for this opportunity.
Now we will ask Jyoti. Jyoti, how was today's performance, Jyoti?
Very nice. You happy to be here for India Inclusion Summit. Next year I will go to America. Please refer me.
A lot of America people are here. They will definitely refer you. You must. I would give anything to have a mother like Jyoti's. I lost my mother at the age of 12, and if I had this mother, I would have been flying higher than I'm flying now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kalai Selvi.
Thank you all.
I would like to now invite our beloved G. Vijay Raghavan sir from Trivandrum, who has come all the way here to felicitate our amazing Jyoti and to sign the painting.
Very good, beautiful singing. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Post. Yeah.
Thank you, Vijay Raghavan sir. Thank you, Jyoti. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think we should also give a round of applause to Jyoti's mom. Doesn't she deserve it? And now, we have all seen the art and the exhibitions. So much of work has been put into it. Even we as blind people can understand the paintings by reading the braille. Let's see who is behind this. I would like to now invite Mr. Ganapathy Subramaniam sir, who will tell us more about Art for Inclusion, AFI.
Thank you. Hi, good morning, everyone. Are you all having fun? Very nice. Welcome you all again to the 10th in-person edition of India Inclusion Summit. I think Jyoti's performance, it left me like exhilarated. Thank you so much, Jyoti and Jyoti's mom. Really very inspiring performance. Okay, so can we have the Art for Inclusion slide up, please? Yeah. So I will, how many of you have visited the Art for Inclusion gallery? Show of hands. Okay, I think I would like to see a lot more. If you haven't seen it, please go. It's at the first floor at the room called Brain Box. So please visit it. Let me give you a brief introduction about Art for Inclusion. So in 2019, Firoz said, let's do something for artists, emerging artists, artists with disabilities, and let's make it one of the best exhibitions in India. This is the problem statement he gave, and I was like, you know, I don't know anything about art, I don't know anything about painting. How do we go about it? So that's when we all started. I'm myself a co-curator. Along with me, I have other volunteers who joined this. We went ahead and then we kind of asked artists to apply, artists with disabilities, and then we got a lot of paintings, a lot of interest, and then we had some amazing jury members like Vilas, RK, and many others, Sriram, Jagannathan, and all of them. We kind of curated those paintings and we selected one of the top best artists. That was in 2019. And then post that, why did we do this? We as IAS wanted to give them a platform for kind of taking their art to the next professional level. And then we said we should make an art exhibition and a gallery. In India Inclusion Summit, can anything be done which is not inclusive? No. So we said, how do we make an art gallery inclusive, right? So that was the next thing that we wanted to do. So we said, let us make a tactile, which is like a touch and feel of the art, and then also a voice-enabled version of it. And then we had help from our partner Siddhant, who kind of created all of that. He talked with the artists, and then he made the tactile version of the painting. And then we had probably one of the first inclusive art exhibitions in IAS, where you get blindfolded, you just don't see the art, you actually feel the art, you experience it. So please, if you haven't seen it, please go to the first floor and then experience the art. So that was in 2019. And then came the pandemic, which I think really hit all of us. And then we could not do this in person, but that did not stop us. We still had AFI running. And then we also had a next set of artists who came by. And then you should go to the India Inclusion website, where you can see a digital gallery. So we adapted a little bit. So you can really kind of, although we couldn't do it in person, we did a digital gallery. That was what we did in 2020. And then this year, for me, is very, very special, simply because we are in person. I could meet all the artists in person, and although we were meeting in Zoom all the while, and we have both the batches of 2020 and 2022 here. So in a big way, this is very, very special for me. Personally, for me as a volunteer, Although I didn't know anything about art, I think I have taken a lot more than what I could give in these last 3 years or 4 years, co-curating and working with all of these artists. The kind of things I have learned, I think the kind of amazing stuff that these artists do, looking them live, doing their work and painting, I think it really made me feel very small, very humbled, and I think I have taken a lot than what I could give. So thank you for all the amazing artists, for the wonderful job that you have done, and then for the community that you have created. We'll talk later about something special that this community did together, and I don't want to break that surprise right now, but I will leave that. But so please do visit the gallery on the first floor, and I would ask now for the video to be played where we want to introduce all the amazing artists of the 2020 and the 2022 batch. Thank you very much. The video, please. Take time to go to the first floor. If you want to meet an artist and know more about their painting, their artwork, you can do that. Ask any volunteer. They will connect you with the artist. I ask everyone to not miss this great experience, to experience the great work of all these amazing artists. Thank you very much.
Yeah. thank you very much, sir, for enlightening us with art for inclusion. Everyone should surely pay a visit and see this beautiful work. I would like to now introduce myself. I'm Tiffany Brar. I'm the founder of Jyotirgamaya Foundation. But let me take you back in time. Good morning, children. Sit down. Turn your books to page number 71 and look at the diagram. अच्छा बेटा आप पीछे बैठ जाओ. आपसे तो नहीं होगा. आपको तो दिखता नहीं है ना बेटा, पीछे बैठ जाओ. Yes. The next period. अच्छा children, what is the capital of India? I stood up and said New Delhi. But my friend said something else. I was admonished and thrown out of the class because I was accused of making my friend give the wrong answer so that I could give the right answer. Then came the games period. Again, अच्छा बेटा आप खड़े हो जाओ, आपसे नहीं होगा. So again, I was the odd man out. I went back home and I told my parents, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not going to this school anymore. So my parents tried to chop and change me into different schools. Some were inclusive, some were blind schools with very difficult conditions. A lot of hardships I had to undergo with receiving braille notes, with knowing what tactile diagrams were, with sitting on the floor to study, doing so much of different things. Later, my father went to fight the Kargil war. I and my mother were alone. After 2 years, my mother also decided to go. Where did she go? She went up to her maker, who decided to call her earlier than time. I then chopped and changed from hostel to hostel, from school to school, not even knowing how to perform my daily living skills, while my dad was busy guarding the borders. We then went to Ooty, where I met Vinita Akka, who was like a mother for me, who taught me everything about menstrual hygiene, grooming, daily living skills. I studied in the mainstream army school and I topped the CBSE board exams without any help. But that was in humanities subjects, no science subjects, because we could not take science. Science taking was unthinkable in those days, unlike now, where there are so many facilities, so many people making STEM curriculum accessible. I then pursued my degree in English. I worked with Braille Without Borders, an organization working for training people to become social entrepreneurs, also founded by a very thriving blind social activist, Briette Birken, and her partner. I worked there, and then I went for pursuing my special education. I went on weekends for teaching blind people in the blind school. I went to people's houses, and then I thought of an idea which I had derived from Mr. N. Krishnaswamy of Tamil Nadu, a mobile blind school. If the people can't go to the school or training center, we should go to them. I started traveling to various houses, to various people, bringing them out of their comfort zones, enabling them to use this white cane, enabling them to speak for themselves, to learn how to use a computer. We brought two uneducated boys, Vinod and Anish, out of their houses. We started the Jyotirgamaya Foundation in 2015 as a charitable trust after I left Kantari in order to start my independent organization. I would now request my sighted colleagues to kindly show the slides. We have various activities in Jyotirgamaya. We teach computers, we teach Android, we teach the use of various social media apps. Hey, you guys only can't use Instagram and WhatsApp, so can we. As blind people, everything is accessible. But there are many apps which are still not accessible for blind people. We brought Vinod and Anish coming back to them outside their comfort zone. They had never been to school. They had never seen the threshold of a classroom. They stayed at Jyotirgamaya, they studied computers, they learned mobility, they learned a little bit of Braille, and we made them confident through our residential training and Road to Independence camps in various districts. They were the pioneers. And later on, they started teaching me how to back up my apps and messages in Google Drive. Hey, it had turned reverse. And now they both hold jobs and are breadwinners of their families. This is what Jyotirgamaya does. We hold a 4 to 6 months residential training course at a rented building in Thiruvananthapuram, where we give blind people a fully residential experience of access technology, orientation mobility, interpersonal skills, yoga, and other extra activities. I'm a lover of adventure. I have done skydiving, paragliding, and tandem cycling. We encourage our students also for pursuing such kind of activities. We take them for adventure trips and tours. Why can't they enjoy the world? And that is when I came across, in 2020, the IIS, the India Inclusion Fellowship and the India Inclusion Summit. This has now become a family for me. I felt so inclusive here, dancing, singing, cooking, doing everything. Its founders and pioneers, Arun and Firoz, are like my own siblings. Besides my Vinita Didi's children, I have 2 more siblings now, 2 more brothers, and all the fellows, everyone here has made me feel so welcome. I would like to acknowledge each and every person, even Anshu Gupta sir, who has helped me and helped my students at the pandemic time. Thank you everyone. Please support Jyotirgamaya and support me in your words, in your actions, in your ideas, in whatever you have to spare in any kind of form. Please do hold my hand. Thank you. And now I would like to call upon the panel for employability. This panel consists of 4 illustrious panelists. They are Hindi Basin Madam from NASSCOM Foundation, the CEO of NASSCOM Foundation. Anil Puttugowda sir, the MD of JPMC. Arman Ali sir, the Director of National Center for Promotion of Employment of Disabled Persons, who I also know online. And last but not least, our dear pioneer of Kerala, G. Vijay Raghavan sir, the CEO founder of Technopark, the former Director, National Institute of Speech and Hearing, Trivandrum, Director, Cadre, and a social activist and advisory to the government of Kerala. Yes. ठीक था ना, टाइम से खत्म हुआ ना? माइक ऑफ है यहाँ पर, है ना?
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for having us on this panel. A very illustrious panel here, and representing various sectors. And the topic that we are going to discuss is employability, which I think is one of the biggest problems, or I would say challenges, that we have in the sector. And how do we get around it? So if you really look at it, earlier when you heard Firoz, he said over 99% of those who are autistic don't get an employment opportunity. You find that the numbers are not very much different in many of the other disabilities also. And government has a reservation that they've talked about, 4%, some places 5%. Many of the private sectors are taking initiative, but you should remember that the biggest employer in the country is not government. It is the private sector. So what can corporates do about it? And that is why we have such a panel here. And I'm going to start with you. If you can just, and the first round, of course, we'll probably take a minute or two. What are the big challenges that employability for people with disabilities is there today, or inclusive employment that we have today in the country?
I think the biggest challenge that we have around employment for people with disability is one, that people with disabilities are kept out of the education system. So the government data says, 75% of people with disabilities, this is the government data, they drop out of school at the secondary level. And this is the population which is able to go to school. And the rest of the population, which is more than about 60%, never even attend school. So, if you don't have employment, is because you may not have the kind of qualification, because you mentioned private sector as an employment opportunity, that's one. And second is this acute lack of awareness about issues around disability, or understanding disability as one of the diversity, so leads to lack of employment for people with disabilities.
Really?
Yeah, I think you all can hear me. No, I agree with everything which I heard from the panelists here, but I would emphasize more on the lack of awareness. I think there's still a lot of opportunity to create that awareness of how we can bring the mainstream, the people with disability to mainstream and create opportunities in the corporate sector. And that's where our focus is on, and that's where I'm sure other corporations are focusing on as well. Because once you create the awareness, I think creating opportunity is fairly easier task.
Nidhi?
I think firstly I'd like to thank that I got this opportunity firstly to attend this amazing, I won't call it an event as Feroz has been saying, this has been an amazing experience for me. And I think from a skilling point of view or from an employability point of view, I read a data which said that 1.3 crore people with disability in India are employable, right? But only 34 lakh people are employed. So one, there is, of course, we are talking about that people are not skilled enough. People with disability may not be skilled enough because of lack of education, lack of awareness. But there is also the fact that there is enough effort happening to make people with disability employable, but the other side may not be responding well to it, but there may be a lack of awareness from the corporate sector to say how do they integrate that into their system. So while I represent the tech industry, and tech industry is the biggest employer for the people with disability, but there is still a huge gap, and I'm saying that there is still a gap of 70 to 80 lakh people who are employable but are not employed. So yes, there is gap everywhere in our education system, in our scaling system, in our awareness, but also I think more responsibility from the corporate sector.
We have a picture of what the sector is, and one of the things which we've had in the past was a typical Indian at Ayyopavam, sympathy. And there was a lack of empathy in the whole thing, or creating the opportunities there. I'm going to request Anil to start on this. Anil, and if you could cover generally across the, it's not just tech, but and I think you all are doing that. Yeah. If you can just talk about what initiatives are there and what are the other learnings that other corporates can take from this?
Yeah. So look, I think we as an organization, JPMC, inclusion is at the heart of everything what we do. From the top, right? So it's not like an optional thing, right? That's the first thing. Second, we have actually moved further beyond like having few programs as a nice to have to a must have conversation in every business decisions we start to make, right? So that's the shift we are making in the mindset itself. So then there are like various business resource groups, like Accessibility is one of the prominent business groups in JPMC, which covers globally the focus on inclusion on various dimensions, right? So it's not just with people with special ability, but a lot of other dimensions are covered in it. And we in India are very, very lucky to actually progress further beyond like certain, OKRs or the KRs which were set. And the number of volunteers in the organization each year, each month, they are participating is increasing. And that momentum, I know for sure, speaking to other colleagues in the other corporation in India, is increasing. And a platform like India Inclusion Forum is certainly helping us learn further avenues for us to kind of contribute to the community itself.
Nidhi, what is it that the tech sector is doing here? I know there are many companies, Feroz and others, started off that movement. If you can just tell us what's happening in the tech sector.
Sure. So I think as far as the overall tech sector goes, there is work happening in different ways, different dimensions. And one, of course, we are talking from a, like Feroz mentioned, the 1%, and a couple of companies are replicating that. So it's starting from there, definitely. But also in terms of the fact that a lot of D&I leaders within the corporate sector have made disability one of their primary charter, a part of their primary concentration and importance out there. So definitely there is a lot of, also the fact that, a lot of leaders from the tech industry have taken the pledge of with that 500 companies to be making their own companies, accessible for people with disability, employing a certain number of people. So there's a lot of, intervention happening. There's a lot of commitment from the industry, but there's also a parallel thing which is from the CSR point of view. A lot of companies, while they're talking about from education or skilling or even health point of view, they are committing to a certain percentage of their fund in the area of disability. Of course, the volume needs to grow, the commitments need to grow, but at least the momentum has started. And the fact that a lot of tech leaders, let's say if we have Anil sitting out here and saying that his understanding is better and the company is committing more, I think that's where it is, I see a lot more, and I would just say that, nothing comparable to this, but even at NASSCOM Foundation, when we do a Global Inclusion Summit, the kind of commitments that we are coming from, that's coming from the tech industry, the kind of conversations we are seeing, the kind of, the involvement that the leaders have out there, I think that's extremely encouraging. And I feel, yes, of course, the other industries need to pick up from there.
And if you can, I know there's a lot of work you all are doing in this area in terms of advocacy, etc. What is it that really corporate should be doing?
I think one of the things about me that when I come and speak in a forum, they don't invite me the second time. So, but I'm here the second time. Thanks for my friendship with Feroz. So one of the things that the corporates needs to understand that, and people with disability community also need to understand that when you are looking for employment, disability is not your qualification. And when you are going to hiring for people with disabilities, it's not a CSR activity. Correct. It's a hardcore HR operation. So so for us in a forum like this, when people across the spectrum are here, to understand that I may have a disability, which the corporate has to ensure that when I apply for a job, I don't get discriminated. I get an equal playing field. So this, and I keep saying this on and off in various forums, and again, not get invited, that what do you do when you run out of pity? What do you do when you run out of compassion? So because, if you look at disability as a human rights issue, if you look at disability as a development issue, and if you don't change your systems which take people with disabilities along, okay, and it's a good thing to do. A lot of people say that disability is a good thing to do, and we have the strongest legislation in you from the government, sir. You understand, one of the strongest legislation in the world around disability, and it talks about reasonable accommodation. And how many corporates are talking about reasonable accommodation as a policy? People with disability need reasonable accommodation to fit in. When they come from the interview process to getting, know their work and getting to be a part of the growing team, and also being fired when you're not able to perform. So I think this understanding needs to be developed in terms of policies and so on. Allow me a few more seconds because next time I not be here.
If there is a panel, I think Feroz will definitely call.
Yeah, right. So, we talked about data, and Feroz hates me for this, that I do around data most of the time. So, every 10,000 employees in the IT sector, there's only 22% with disability who is employed. So that's the figure that we have, and this is like top 100 companies in India. And I was fiddling into my mobile phone when you started to talk, because I wanted to share this with everyone that the top 100 companies in India, like there are 30 to 32 people, people with disabilities out of 10,000 employees. 30 to 32 people out of 10,000 employees, not 100 employees or 1,000 employees, 10,000 employees for the year between year 18 to 21. It used to be 29 earlier. It has grown to 30, 32. And government, where you say that it's a mandatory for government to reserve 4% of jobs for people with disabilities, it remains at 213 people every 10,000 employees. And I need to cut it short. I will just tell you for the financial year 17, 18, 19. So it is 0.39%. It is 0.47%, and for the year financial year 19, 0.46% is the percentage of people with disabilities who's got employment in the private sector of top 100 companies. So if this is a scenario, and if one is serious about including people with disability as part of your workforce, it has to be a mission mode. I think Nidhi is here, and she'll second it when I say, they have to invest into people with disabilities. They have to invest, get people trained, get people accustomed to what is the need and what skills they need to be there. When they do their onboarding, how you invest in your own culture, how you invest into your own infrastructure, so that it's part of the system and it's in the policy, so that it doesn't look like a CSR for the whole thing and one doesn't lose out.
So actually taking on from there, one of the things which you notice is that many a time, like you said, it's nice to say that we take on people with disability, but numbers don't really meet anywhere. The other thing is that, the laws are very clear about accessibility, right? But a lot of people think that you put a ramp in the front of your building and the ramp will be something like this, okay, which you can't even walk up, you think the building becomes accessible. And now, from the side of corporates, just a suggestion, I don't want to be mixing CSR and the HR part of it, like you said, but why can't we look at serious corporates telling that we will set aside a certain percentage of our CSR funds, 10, 15, 20%, because you must remember that training up a person with disability is much more costlier than any of the other CSR activities you do, because, and I like Feroz because he says he doesn't measure impact. Unfortunately, all corporates measure impact, and then they say, oh, if I give notebooks to schools, I can touch 500,000 children, but I can then only train up 2 individuals with autism. So how do we get over that? And is it something which corporates can think about? We are just going to do a quick 1-minute round, and then I think I've got another 5 more minutes after that. So after that 1 minute, I want to keep time on that. So I would like to start with both of you. And or you want to start?
You may pretend not to have seen him.
No, I know, but I think we should, because otherwise many people will miss their back. And Bangalore, getting from one place to other, I can reach Trivandrum faster than many of them will reach their homes. So what can we do that? And from the foundation, and you being part of one of the top corporates, can we get other people to say, we will set aside a substantial percentage of our CSR for supporting the disability sector, for training up people whom we will employ. And don't mix CSR with it's not just because you've trained people doesn't mean you need to take them. And I fully agree that it is not about sympathy. And another thing which I think we should do is, we also need to be training our people who work in the sector with whom the individual with disability will be working on how do you, I don't want to use the word accommodation, but how do you work with them? And what do you do, what do you not do? Because sometimes people don't understand that. So this is again something which needs time and effort. What do you think? Nidhi, I'll start with you on that.
So, I hope there is, I hope and I really hope that there is nobody from government here, because I'm going to just add something to what Arman was saying, something a little controversial out here. So
even if there's somebody, don't worry.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, maybe I'm not invited here again the next time, but I'm a committed volunteer to Feroz from now onwards, so I will be here. But, we're talking about CSR and a commitment to CSR. I think The problem is, since we earlier spoke about, in certain areas, it's difficult to measure impact. Unfortunately, the CSR laws have become so complicated, and I'm dealing with them every day. The corporates, even if they want to, they are not being able to invest money into long term. To skill somebody with a severe disability will take you a few years, right? But the government is saying, give me a report today. So, and they want everything before 31st of March. So while there are some of them who will take certain kind of measures to kind of deal with it, but most of them don't want to get into compliances. So yes, of course, while we are dealing in terms of with the government on many other issues, that's one big thing that maybe, at least for people with disabilities, some exemptions need to be made out here, because we cannot look at this thing as short term. It is a very long-term intervention. And the second thing is that while yes, HR, CSR, all of that is important, I would just say that, and I say that even in every intervention that we do from a CSR point of view, inclusion has to be seen as a business purpose. One cannot keep on looking at it only as my HR agenda or my CSR agenda, unless it is seen as what is the value addition in terms of profits when you employ people with disability. That is where I think the change starts happening. If it's just, otherwise it will be pity, it will be sympathy, it will be short term, the leader will change, the policies will change. So unless there is proof data to say that having a specific program to employ people with disability, how is that a business investment and just not HR and CSR?
See, Feroz had given that example earlier, and where he talked about the 3 individuals with autism who were employed were producing better than others. And I've seen that with the deaf, where I've had CEOs call me up and say, my other teams are working better because they say that this guy can't hear and he's working so much, then I better work better. So the impact that can be made in the company is high, and that's something. So
I was just going to make a few points related to everything they said. First and foremost, we as an organization, we've been at the subject for a while, and we have stopped actually measuring in terms of numbers and obligation. Absolutely, we have moved past that. So now our focus, to the point I was making earlier, is creating awareness on several fronts, right? One, first and foremost, it's not about how many people you can give opportunity, how you can actually onboard them, how you can make their experience better, how you can sustain them in the organization and bring them to mainstream. It's about creating the rest of the ecosystem or making them ready, making them start treating the individuals with disability as like a talented pool of resources as opposed to people who they need to handle as a challenge, right? So that's where our focus is. And I have to say now the conversation we have and the language we use is special talent. And to the point you are making, we have evidences in the last couple of years that people with special ability are performing so much better in certain activities, which is an opportunity which we are missing out. If we start all of us thinking in that way, this conversation about obligation and numbers, everything will eventually fade away. That's my view.
1 minute on the same subject.
I kind of lost you. What is that you want me to
okay,
say?
so let's do one. No, I get to the last, this thing. We just have a couple of minutes.
So
no, one recommendation and one takeaway which the corporates here can take back.
So I think number one, that the corporate is running the country, and they need to put their weight behind disabled people. So where do they put their goodwill on? Do they put your goodwill on building lives of disabled people, or just trying to distribute free wheelchairs, which is substandard, not usable? So I think you need to understand to invest in people. You have to invest, and like Anil said, it's like people.
So you're telling that they need to be serious about what they're doing.
I think they need to look at disability as a development issue, as an inclusion issue, where you need to invest in people. The people first, then come the disability, and the disability is in the environment. And if the corporate put their weight behind disabled people, things will fall into place.
Anil, one recommendation.
No,
one or two quick ones.
I will emphasize again the same point. I think we should start embracing this as an opportunity. In every dimension, trust me, it is possible. We have examples, and that is my humble request to everybody.
Nidhi?
I think, we need more business leaders like Feroz, but they don't need to go through the pain, so they need to be aware about the pain of others. And from there, I think they just need to lead from the front and have more of these kind of intervention conversations and some decision making. So I think more awareness at the top level will really, really make it a more inclusive agenda.
Good, great recommendations. We've on time, correct, Joe? Thank you very much. A lot of points which have come out. The discussion does not stop. Sure. Okay? It continues and each of us will take it forward. But what's more important is for those of you who've been listening to this, take it back to your companies and tell them this is how it matters. Thank you very much, and thanks a lot, Feroz, for having this panel on.
Okay. So we have a big thank you to all our panelists. Thank you very much, panelists, for taking out your time and effort. We would now like to invite Padma Shri Javed, our Javed Bhai, to kindly come and felicitate our panelists and sign the painting.
combined art with technology. And let's see the magic.
Thank you. Good afternoon, one and all. I hope you all had a great lunch, right? Okay, great then. So today, I am going to show a very unique art form called Cosmic Splash. I named it as Cosmic Splash, but the technology I'm using to create the Cosmic Splash is virtual reality technology. Okay? So I have a kind request to all of you during the show. The first thing is, so I'm going to create everything is going to create in the air. So this is my work area. So I'll be creating all my creations in the air. But in the naked eye, you cannot see my creations because it's all created virtually. So what I have done is I have basically mirrored my headset to the screen so that you can simultaneously see my creations. So you can see a synchronization between my hand movements and the images appear on the screen. Okay? Please note this point while watching the show. So now let me begin my show. Okay? Thank you. So I noticed that bird has a significant role in IAS organization. So that's how I started my concept with the two birds. So this is the 10th year. So the number 10 came at the nature. So we are all creating a new ecosystem here, right? So that's why I showed the nature there. So everything is there, the 5 elementary of the nature. Okay, so that's how I started my show today. And this is a thinking process behind my concept. So next, I'm going to do a very special concept for this event. So what will be the concept? You have to guess then. I hope the technology you are understanding. Right, so the headset I am wearing is the virtual reality headset. So I want to clarify that I am not doing any blindfold here. It's purely a technology, and I am not a magician. I am not doing any magic. It's the totally technology-based art. So I only combine the art and the technology. So this is it. This is the end of my show. So I would like to thank entire IS team for this wonderful opportunity, and many thanks to Firoz sir for this opportunity again. So all the volunteers, many thanks to all the volunteers again. If you like my show, please do visit vinayhegde.com. So I am there on most of the social medias. You can check out my artworks there. Thank you once again.
Vinay sir, you shouldn't have lied to a room full of people. You said you're not a magician. You said you're not a magician. You were lying to us. So it's a great pleasure to have two artists on the stage. Please may I have Mr. Vilas Nayak to felicitate Vinay ji. Thank you so much, sir. Vinay sir, if I could have your energy and your magic on this painting with a signature, please. Vinay sir, your signature to add more magic to the painting. Signature.
Oh, okay, signature. I thought you were asking me something, so that's why I
Wherever you want.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Pleasure to be part of
From one magician to another. Let me call upon. Well, his name is Javed Ahmad Tak. Sorry, Padma Shri Javed Ahmad Tak. But for me, he is Javed Bhai. Javed Bhai, thank you so much. Javed Bhai will tell you everything that we need to know to stay hopeful and keep doing our work. You will know about his work from him. But let me just tell you what a wonderful person he is. We spent the last 4 days together. He swept the floor. He chopped vegetables. We cooked together. We had so much fun. And in those tiny, tiny little everyday things, he gave us so much love and he taught us the most incredible lessons life has to offer. Javed sir, Javed Bhai, all yours.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. जोश कैसा है? How is the Josh? I am Javed Ahmad Tak. I am from Anantnag, Kashmir, and I was the youngest of all in my family, loved by everyone. Every person from my family had a lot of expectation from me, but I don't know where from my story started, but I remember my childhood days. I was very much jolly boy, very tricky and very naughty. So my education started from a local school. It was known as Cambridge Public School. So it was a very known school because it was the first of its kind English medium school in our locality. After that, I continued, passed my 12th from the district headquarters and later joined BSc in Degree College, Anantnag. And I was in the final year of my degree when life changed. I was living with my cousin who was a politician, but in J&K conflict was very high and some veiled person, armed person came to our house. They tried to kidnap my cousin because they don't want people should affiliate themselves with the politicians. They should have complete separation from the politics so that the militancy should grow. But we had a kind of high-pitched voice, a kind of quarrel with them, and they fired indiscriminately, and I got a single bullet that created spinal cord injury, to me, and I lost some vital organs, and I was in the bed. I was at the hospital. I was admitted in various hospitals for 1 year, not knowing where to go, how to start, what to do. And when I was shifted to my home, for 6 months I was in complete trouble. I wrote a letter to the doctor who operated me, sent it by post through my one of the relative, and after I feel 1 month, the reply came. Doctor said that you cannot walk. Spinal cord injury is a very bad injury. Even a scratch can take 10 years to heal. So it is not possible that you will walk again. And it gave me again a trouble what to do. That it means after 21 years of going here and there, I cannot walk, I cannot see world again. My world was shrunk to my length of my arm. I was not knowing, I thought that this is the end of the life. But thoughts came in me that we are not ourselves having every authority. Some authority is there who is running us. Let me see where life will take me. And I once saw my whole family was in sad condition. I shared a thought with my mother that I want to do something because doctor has now told that I can start my new life from wheelchair. A wheelchair was brought for me, and I said my mother, let you go to the vicinity and bring some children so that I can give them the education, because I had completed almost my BSc. So I started giving free tuitions to those who can't afford it. And within 4 years of time, I taught around hundreds of children who were militancy hit victim, who were orphans, who were not having anything. I started a book bank. Give your old books, take the new books for new class. I collected, mobilized resources. So many people came and donated old books, stationery, uniform, school bags, shoes, everything. And it became a kind of hub for the children to come and go. It was my own room. My sister would sweep the room. She would dust it 2-3 times a day. Groups will come. They will take the education. But my family looks very happy that something has changed. All the children changed my life. They start taking me to the gardens. They start taking me to the different places. I was a volunteer for pulse polio immunization in my college days. And I again wrote to the local BMO that let me start a counter again from my house so that I can start giving polio drops to the children. And he gave me the idea that you have a lot of young adults with you, working with you. Let you go and stop the traffic on the road and administer polio drops to the children who are traveling here and there. And from that day, 2001, the mission is on and on. Every Pulse Polio Day, we give polio drops to 400 children to 600 children who are traveling, whose fathers, mothers don't know this is Polio Day. We stop them. Even travelers from other states coming to Kashmir, we stop them at a good place that is called Patshahi Bagh in my own vicinity. It is a national highway road. And we ask them for the food, tea, and we ask them, your children need polio drops so that they are not victims of polio or they shouldn't become disabled. And this mission was later on changed by me. I saw disability from the close range. I cannot walk. I need help for even going to washroom. So I shared a thought with my volunteers who are now, after 5 years now ready to go to the college. I asked them, I want to see the children who are disabled children and not getting the education. We went to the certain villages and found lot of children with disabilities dropped out from school, having minimal disability, but school have thrown them out. They have been denied. They have been asked, no, you can't get education. Adil Bhai is here. he gave me a kind of a trust that we can do it. We started a center, a small room which we hired, and we got 2-3 blind girls, few children having the intellectual disability. We started with them. The children started coming out, and they told us what they feel in the schools, what has happened to them, how they are dropped out. And we start writing to people, and we got a van from Indian Navy. Suresh Mehta was then the Indian Navy chief. We wrote to him that you are coming to Kashmir for some inaugural of a hospital. Give us a van, ambulance van, through which we can get the children with disabilities from our locality. And he agreed. He gave us a van. We started mobilizing children, 36 children. We started with CRY, Child Rights U organization came to support us. And today we have a full-fledged school, rehabilitation center, vocational center. And I saw that, and people tell me, you are not on this chair without a purpose. These children would have not got the education. They would have dropped out. They would have been now the parasites on the society. You have got this chair because of that purpose. So don't feel that you are roaming around and it is a kind of punishment for you. It is a reward for you. It is a gift for you. And that was proved and certified by the Prime Minister of India when in his Mann Ki Baat, on 29th of November 2015, he gave first lecture for the disabled, encouragement of persons with disabilities, and told that once you are having some difficulty, you start weeping. But see Javed, who got the bloods, and he lost too many vital organs, but started working for the disabled person. We all should do that, and and announced Accessible India campaign. So money was put in for creating accessibility in old buildings. So many places got accessible, and after that, I have got a kind of learning from this disability that once you are a part of a sector, I am part of disability sector. I am very proud to be a person with disability. If there is second life, I will again say, God, give me some challenge in the life. Because when we live a plain life, we get everything, and there is no purpose. We are son of a prime minister, son of a corporate, and everything is in my house. There is no facility for which we have to struggle. But when we have a challenge, we see that we struggle to see things where they are. We have there is opportunity, but we have to cash it. We have to see where it is. And disability gave me that learning. I am associated with disability sector, and every disabled person should not look at the disability. I am on the chair. I have this and that deficiency. We should see how we can be contributors for the person with disabilities. And I have got a lot of heroes here. I salute all those persons with disabilities who are artists, who do a lot of innovations. And I am thankful to Feroz, Indian Inclusion Summit, that they gave me a platform after around, I am now going to 50. After age of 48, I got a time to be the part of a fellow with a team, with co-fellows who are just 22 years old. When they are young, but still everyone became my fan, everyone is with me, everyone is giving me full time, everyone is giving me patiently listening to me. So no looking back, trust in yourself, and there is a message that guns, weapons, they have only one mission, that is to destroy life and property. Stop guns, ban these weapons and share friendship, share love, and don't make people disabled, make them able. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Javed Bhai. Stay there for a few seconds. I have a tagline for my Javed Bhai, from guns to guitar. That's the kind of energy he has. I'll call upon on stage another super energetic person, Pavitra. Please come and share your energy, and please felicitate Javed Bhai on our behalf. We need a signature. Autograph, please. Oh, thank you. You saw what I meant by energy, right? So, I don't know about you all, but I actually did not start reading as early as 4 years old. But that's me, very regular person. Somebody as extraordinary as Samita Arni not only read at 4 years old, and I don't mean ABCD, she was reading the Mahabharata, the longest epic. And then she gave us something which we otherwise probably would never have had, because she read at 4, she wrote at 8, Mahabharata, a child's perspective. It was translated in 7 languages. And then later, she went on to write Sita's Ramayana, which was featured on the New York Times bestseller list. Samita is here today not to share her imagination, but to share her life with us. She was bullied, and she went through that. And in a world that kept pushing her away, she took to her imagination to have a best friend. I'm so glad and grateful that she has chosen this platform to share her story. Let's welcome Samita.
Thank you all for having me here. You just heard a little bit of my bio. People usually think of me or use the word success to describe me. But the truth of that, as I'm standing here and I'm feeling very nervous and I'm feeling like an imposter on the stage and that I really shouldn't be here, is that I don't feel like that inside. The truth is, I wasn't always successful. In fact, it was quite different. When I was young, my parents actually thought that there was something a little off about me.
Okay.
I didn't start speaking until the age of 3. They took me to doctors, as parents would do, and the doctors at that time,
You have
this
not
is
written.
38 years ago, said I was a
Nahi,
little
ye last
slow.
hai.
That was the word they used. My parents dismissed it. I was a girl after all, and they could someday hope to get me married.
I think it's Tiffany's.
When I was about 4 or 5, we moved countries, and I ended up in a new school, an international school. And it was my teachers then who noticed that something wasn't quite okay with me. I wasn't quite up to the standard of other children. I was put into English as a second language class, which was ironic because English is the only language I can speak, the only language I could speak then, the only language I can speak now fluently. I remember a lot of parent-teacher conferences, a lot of worry and anxiety from my parents. I also remember the reasons that all of this was the case. I wouldn't put the right shoe on the right foot. I couldn't tell left from right. I would get lost all the time. I couldn't follow directions. I was very clumsy. I dropped things. I spilled things. I did this so often that I left my mother in a constant state of exasperation and worry about me. There were times I would arrive at school and I would feel terribly embarrassed because I realized I had forgotten to put on my underwear. And I was humiliated when my classmates found out about this. I had problems running and in PE classes. My classmates called me slow coach. Again, when we moved and I was in a new school, I started wearing glasses and no one wanted to be my friend. No one wanted, because I was so slow at running and I couldn't quite move like everybody else, no one would pick me for their team. And everybody would wake up with this horrible feeling of dread of going to the school where I was alone and I had no friends. There were other issues. In class, I struggled to pay attention. My teachers would constantly scold me. I was failing subjects. And I was so worried about how my parents would react because like many Indian parents, they wanted me to do really well and come first in class. I feel like many people have that. I wouldn't show them my report cards where I was failing. In fact, I would forge my father's signature on my report cards. And then, of course, I got punished, and everyone thought that my teachers and my parents thought that more discipline and punish would like get me somehow fix things, but it didn't. And instead, I would dream of running away. I had no friends, so I would start eating, and I, at some point, became overweight, and that made things even worse. But when I was a child, I had a coping strategy. I read and I disappeared into books and into the characters I found in those books. They became my friends that I didn't have in real life. I made up rich worlds inside me where I could express myself. And one night, after a really, really bad report card, I remember overhearing a conversation between my parents. And my father was consoling my mother, who was really distraught and upset. Because he said, you know, after she finishes school, we'll look for a bridegroom, we'll get her married. And at that point, what I felt was an incredible sense of disappointment, that I was too much trouble. I wouldn't be able to make it in the world. And I think something in me shifted at that point. I started writing, and I wrote my first book, and suddenly it was a huge success, surprisingly, and it created a career path for me. My parents, my teachers, instead of seeing me as a failure who was barely coping, were suddenly proud of my success. I won scholarships, I went abroad, I had foreign book tours, and I have a career that other people now consider successful. But the truth is that this skill, my writing, my ability to imagine, is just a coping strategy. A coping strategy for a lonely child with no friends who did not know what exactly was wrong with her and somehow didn't feel like she was normal or she fitted in. What I had then, which no one diagnosed at that age, but I have learned since, was a learning disorder. An invisible disability, if some people call that. It's called dyspraxia, and it's a development coordination disorder. That's why, as a child, I was so clumsy, why I couldn't dress myself properly, why I couldn't do well at sports. And all of these things are indications of this. It also affects your verbal learning ability, which is why I had a hard time speaking, which is why I had a hard time learning languages, and I couldn't speak until I was 3 or 4. I still struggle to learn languages. It still affects one's life. I have tried many times to learn a cycle. I can't drive a cycle, I can't drive a car, I can't seem to do those sorts of complex coordination things. And it also often occurs along with ADHD, which is why I used to disassociate in class, why I had attention difficulties and struggled in school. And one still has this to a certain extent. I've just learned how to manage it a lot better. And I'm not, my parents and my teachers, none of them knew any better. They didn't have, at the time that I was growing up, they didn't have the ability, the knowledge on how to do things differently, on how to deal with a child like this. Also, the fact that I'm also somewhere on the spectrum. So I hope you understand from this why I feel uncomfortable with the idea of success and of calling people successful, because I still struggle with, and I struggle then with a lot of things, and I feel that in order to be successful, to seem successful, you have to deny this little girl who walks on eggshells and is scared of disappointing others, the one who doesn't have friends and desperately wants to be made friends with or to be chosen to be on the team, and not for people to get worried or stressed about her. But I also don't want to forget her, because it's her struggle, this little child that I was, that struggle that really makes me connect with others, particularly now that I'm a teacher and I work with students. When I see them, I know that inside of them, there is that spark, that is their talent, there is something that is really deeply special in every child. What their parents or teachers or report cards may not see about them, but that's there. And I would like to change what that word means, what success means. I think the real power, the real success is accepting ourselves, accepting others, even the parts that don't fit in, because those are the parts that really have the capacity to change things. And I think when we see that, we see each other clearly, we can see that specialness then. And we really need that to come out. So for me, that is what success is. And that's what I really want to share with you, that I feel like I've learned through my whole life. It isn't about awards or achievements or anything else. It's just the power to be yourself, to accept oneself, and give other people the power by doing that for yourself, to do that for themselves. And I think together, if we can do that, we can create a world where the really special bits of us can come out and do something new, do something different, do something that the world hasn't seen before. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Samvita. Stay with us for a few more seconds. Feroz, please come up and show our love to her. Samvita, you have given a lot of autographs, I'm sure. Could you please?
So, let me tell you how I met Samhita. This was during COVID times. Out of the blue, I get a mail that my graphic novel, Grit, the Major Story, has been nominated for the Neve Awards, Literature Awards, in the young adult category. And of course, there were 5 books that was in that category, and Samhita's book as well was nominated. And I'm not at all sad that my book didn't win the award, because it was Samhita's book that won the award. So So as you can imagine, I'm a huge Samhita Arni fan. And when she mentioned this, I said, I want you to come and share your story. And she said, I've never done this ever. I've never shared my story publicly. And obviously she was nervous to talk about it. She wasn't sure she should talk about it. She had to actually take her parents' permission to talk about it. And I said, it's important to share. It's important to share because a lot of us go through those same things. And when someone like her shares in a platform like this, it gives permission for everybody else to share their challenges and make it okay to talk about it publicly. So Samhita, thank you so much for doing this. I really mean it a lot. Thank you so much for sharing this. I know how hard it is for you, but I'm really grateful that you did this at the IS platform. So let's hear it once again for Samhita Arni.
Thank you so much, Feroz, for sharing that story also. Could I now please have Anshu Gupta sir with us here? He is a Magsaysay awardee. He is a founder of Goonj, and he is the chairperson of the India Inclusion Fellowship Program.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Sir,
thank you very much.
If you could just tell us about it.
No, I'll not take much time. I think very emotional again, because for many of us it's an annual pilgrimage. We have to be here, and we were missing it. Now it's so good to see that we are physically here, because I always feel that this place doesn't talk about sympathy at all. This place doesn't even talk about empathy that way. We don't talk about what we give to people. We talk about what people have. The grit, the love, the stories which you have been hearing since morning. The celebration of that. I think that's what makes this space very special. And I think very, very, very different. In our journey, I think, to be honest, I must give credit to this space that I started learning, understanding more, and all those things are now integrated in Goonj. To be honest, 2 years back in the COVID period, we actually came out with a new vertical called Missed Out Communities. And that's where, because we think that now we know a little bit about it. Before that, we didn't know about it. And in this entire process, I'll not go on the history of it. I'll not talk about Goonj, not at all, because this is not a place for that. I am here to talk about a beautiful thing which happened in the last 6 years now. So this is the 6th cohort of the fellowship. Because we realize that the people who go through these things do go through a lonely journey. And there is further, the people who work on these issues go through lonely journeys further. I mean, there is no support, there is no family feeling because you're working in isolation and all. That's how this, fellowship has started. We have now 37 beautiful human beings who have worked on 36 different ideas, innovations, products, especially for this field. I'm not getting into the debate of Divyang and ability and disability, but I'm just talking about this field where people need special attention. And why I'm saying 37 people and 36 ideas, because this year, fortunately, we actually chose two people who are actually twins. So these are two people, one idea. So that's how it's 37 and 36 ideas. I will not take much time, but I will call Arun and Tanya, who are curating it, and they call me chairman of the fellowship, but the actual work is done by them. It's a humongous task, I would say, in finding people from all across. One important part before I call them is that it was, we were really, really thinking about it, that when the COVID hit and when everything was closed, the fellowship should remain open or not. Because this is a very beautiful physical experience. A lot of things cannot happen on Zoom. But then we decided, no, it needs to continue. So everything was closed, but the fellowship didn't. Last two cohorts, you will meet 12 of them today. A couple of them have not been able to come, but you'll meet most of them. And the most important part about this particular fellowship is now that it covers from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. I think that is a spread. My only humble request to all of you is that please tell us who are the people who are doing crazy work, different work, innovative work, work which needs support, work which needs family, so that we can reach out to more people. That's the most important task for all of us. The only thing we do in fellowship, we just sit together, we bring people together, and at the end of the day, you understand that you are not alone. And it's not a lonely journey. There are a large number of people who are struggling, and there are a large number of people who are making a lot of difference by this struggle. Thank you very much. Arun and Tanya, come over.
Yay! मेरा mic अभी बंद करो.
Hello everyone, I'm Tanya Pradhan and I'm so happy to be here. I'm a fellow myself from the batch 2019 and it's an absolute honor and privilege to call upon my dear friends, my fellows, from the Inclusion Fellowship 5.0 and 6.0. So firstly, I'd like to call Tiffany Brar.
Yay!
Tiffany Brar, she's a Nari Shakti Puruskar awardee from Kerala. She's the founder of Jyotirgame Foundation. It's a non-profit organization that actively works to empower people with vision impairment. Next, please welcome Somita Basu, founder of Zeneca Adaptive Clothing. Zeneca is an inclusive fashion house specializing in innovative designs for independent and assistive clothing. Next, please welcome Tariq Ahmed Mir. He's the founder of Special Hands Kashmir. He provides a livelihood for a group of 40 disabled artisans. Next, please welcome Amanpreet Singh Chopra. He's the founder of Learn and Empower Private Limited. Through Resonate Learning Platform, they aim to transform digital learning by making education accessible to the deaf community. Next, please welcome Shweta Runwal. She's the founder of Tickle Your Art. It's a social enterprise that promotes independence for people with Down syndrome and specializes in an art-based collection of high-quality lifestyle products. Next, please welcome Surat Santosh, founder of Prajata Foundation. It's a non-profit organization that works to raise awareness about people with disabilities. The foundation educates, rehabilitates, and empowers young people with disabilities to lead independent lives. Next, please welcome Shivani Dillon. Mother of a child with Down syndrome, she's a therapeutic storyteller and founder of Samvid Stories. Through her initiative, she uses the traditional art of Ori storytelling to work with people with intellectual disabilities. Next, please welcome Javed Ahmed Tak, a Padma Shri awardee. He's the founder of Humanity Welfare Organization Helpline that works for holistic development of people with disabilities. He also runs Zaiba Appa Institute for Education. Along with providing education, they also provide rehabilitation and recreational activities to more than 120 children with various disabilities. Next, please welcome Rishi Krishna Iyer. He's the co-founder of Symbiotic Tech Private Limited, an assistive technology startup developing Titan Arm. It's a customized, artificially intelligent, and an affordable bionic arm for people with missing limbs. Next, please welcome Nishita Grover. She's the youngest of the lot. She's a child psychologist and a mental health practitioner, nurturing her early stage venture called Joinish. This is a mental wellness studio that provides play therapy and counseling while raising awareness about the rights of children with disabilities. And now, let me welcome the exception here for the very first time, twins in our fellowship community, Ramanan and Lakshmanan. They come from Madurai and they're founders of Backyard Creators Private Limited. They are building the world's first self-adhesive, non-surgical hearing impaired for patients with congenital and total hearing loss. So please, let's have a big round of applause for our dear, brilliant Mind Soul fellows. Thank you so much.
language. Let's have Marco Santini.
I believe in the idea. I believe in the idea of emergence, that if you have the right people, the right spirit, the right energy, something incredible will emerge.
So the vision was to bring together 10 different artists on a 10 by 10 canvas to create a unified concept that really symbolized 10 years of excellence for the India Inclusion Summit. And so we have many different artists who are bringing their own ideas to the forefront. We asked them, what does inclusion mean to you? What is your passion? What do you want to share with the world?
People, what they see in gallery is a finished work of art. However, here we are able to experience the artists at work, and each one of them, their style, their approach to creating texture, creating details and everything in between. So it is an experience that has to be experienced.
Vilas, you're going to have competition from this man. Yeah, I know. He's become faster painter than you. Huh?
For me, the fact that we are all in this room itself is a blessing. Now everything else is a bonus, right? The art piece itself is just an excuse for all of us to come together.
The artworks that you see over here, they're about our own life stories. It's not just a blend of colors, but we're trying to tell our stories.
When all of us are really in touch with our truest self and we can be honest with ourselves to say, this is what I love to do. This is my passion. I'm going to follow that. When we all follow our passions and can really create from the heart, that's when this world is at its best. We are all giving the gift that no other person can give. Only you can give that gift. And so I feel like we are sharing those gifts with the world today.
Woo! Wow. That was the first time I saw that. That was amazing. Thank you. What does it mean to be fully present? To be thoughtful, to be aware, and to be open. My name is Marco Santini. I'm an interactive artist based in New York City, and I travel the world, talk to thousands of people as an interactive artist, and I do something a little bit different. I step into different worlds, different environments, and I listen. I take pause. Because I ask interactive questions. I try to figure out what is happening in a space. I'll often ask people, what does love mean to you? What inspires you? What does art mean to you? And for this, what does inclusion mean to you? And in that pause, in that time where I'm interacting, I'm creating these spontaneous moments, I turn those words into art. And that's because I believe that we are all creative. See, I define creativity as turning thoughts into actions. And we all do that. Every single day, we all do that in a very different way. Maybe not with paint, maybe not with writing a book or with music, but we all take our thoughts, we manifest ideas, and we create them. And so I love to capture that. And it's in that capturing process that brought me here today. And specifically, my love of books. That's how I found my new, very good friend, Feroz. I randomly was searching the internet to see what was out there in terms of articles about books, if there was any crazy book fanatics out there like me, and I saw Feroz. And I was amazed by his collection, by his words, and I just blindly reached out to him. I heard back from him almost immediately. We scheduled a call. Not even 48 hours later, and when I learned that not only was his love of books powerful, but his whole idea of the India Inclusion Summit, I was blown away. It really spoke to my heart, and I said, we got to do something. And so our first project together was I wanted to blend this idea of East and West. And so I went back and I looked at many different videos over the last 10 years of all the different speakers, and I wanted to hear what they were saying, what the themes that came up again and again and again. And from the streets of New York City, I had a canvas on an easel, and I asked people, what does inclusion mean to you? And from the videos based here in India, in addition to the people on the streets, total strangers, I stopped them in their tracks, asked them what inclusion meant to them, and I took all the words and I created a unique piece for Feroz. And after I gave that to him, I saw how much it meant to him, how all the words really created that expression of just bringing everyone together, that collaborative art. He told me about this 10-year anniversary. And I said, I've always wanted to visit India. It's been a dream of mine since I was a kid. I believe it's an incredibly colorful, vibrant, energetic, beautiful place. I've had an incredible time here the last few days. And on the spot, he says, we're going to make it happen. And I'm like, don't you need to talk to certain people or figure out the logistics or any? He's like, nope, we're just going to make it happen. And I was like, this is my kind of guy. And so that brings us here to today. I don't know if you've seen me, but I've been in the front over here working this entire time. While everyone's been listening and taking in the speeches and the performances, I've been working. Because my goal for today was to capture the energy and the essence that was in this room. I talked to the artists, the volunteers, the people who are here. I heard the speeches, and I wanted to bring that all together into a unified art piece. And that is what we're about to reveal here today, because I believe that you are all the inspiration. I believe that you are all the work in progress. I believe that you are all art. And so with this design here, I started with the India Inclusion Summit logo for the 10th anniversary, and I have what's called a geometric motif. It's a lot of lines and symbols and this idea, but it's this glue that brings us all together. Because hidden within there, the more you look, the more you will see. Every single one of those words throughout this entire conference was said in some context. And the reason I do this, I'm a very curious person. My parents were incredible. From an early age, they would ask me not just what I'm doing, but why I'm doing. And that slight distinction from an early age really got me thinking, why am I doing this? But it's because I like to capture ideas. I like to bring people together. And in painting this piece with all of our words, I've made it more lasting. We will have the photos and the videos, but to have a visual representation of what we all said, I believe is very important. Now, I couldn't actually find Feroz earlier today, so I didn't actually run this idea by him, but I want to give him a little bit of a surprise because I believe that we are all part of this. And because you are all part of it, I want to say my thank you to all of you in a kind of crazy idea, but I would like to send this as a digital file, a digital JPEG, to everyone in attendance here today as a thank you for you to print, for you to post, for you to do whatever you want as a symbol of being part of this beautiful, beautiful event here. Because I believe that your environment has a huge effect on who you are and who you become. That's why I paint murals all around the world with positive colors, bright colors, positive words, geometric designs. I believe that our environment can influence us. And if we're surrounded by those, they will seep into us. Because our diet is more than just what we eat. It's the people we talk to. It's the articles we read. It's everything around us. That is our diet. And if you surround yourselves with positive words and beautiful, bright colors, it gives you new life. It gives you new energy. I was very fortunate a few years ago to find my life's purpose, to spread love and positivity through art and education. And that came about very specifically right as I met my now incredible wife, who's here with us today, Sherry Ann Santini. We just celebrated our 2-year wedding anniversary. Thank you to everyone who's made it really special. But in finding that purpose, I was allowed to find that purpose because she and my family and friends told me it's okay to fail. It's okay to try something new and to go out there and figure it out. And if I didn't make it commercially possible, if I didn't make a job out of it, if I failed and it never reached anyone, that was okay. And that's a core message that I bring to the students I teach around the world. That's a core message I want to share with you today. Because I truly believe that if you dig deep and you try to figure out your true self, you're honest with yourself, and you understand your deepest passion, and you pursue it personally, professionally, however you figure it out, I believe if we all do that, we create a more beautiful and a more creative world. Because I've traveled the world. I've done this at the United Nations General Assembly, listening to earpieces to corporate companies around the world, to charities, and I've come to realize there is one absolute truth. And that is, we are all part of the same consciousness. We are all the same, we are all different, and that is beautiful. That inspired my messaging of unity and diversity, which was the name of my first solo show in New York City, which has become a really big mantra of mine that I try to express. We are all different. When I hear the word differences, to me, I think we are all different. I accept that, I understand that. And it's in understanding that we become individual, we become unique, and that is awesome. And so today, I want to leave you with this. Just like we are all part of this same piece here today, we are all part of this event. We are one. And it's sometimes easy to lose sight of that when we have differences socially, economically, politically. But if we can deduce the similarity between us, I believe we build together a more inclusive world. And I want to leave you with a little blessing that I came up with that I say before dinner every single night with my family back in the US, who I miss very dearly. But the saying is, may we give more than we take, may we lead more than we follow, may we bend more than we break for a great day and better tomorrow. Keep creating, keep inspiring. Thank you so much.
Hello, hello. Marco, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Isn't he incredible? Isn't he incredible? And let me tell you, this is not easy for him and Sherry, his wife, to be here, leaving their small child back in New York. But he said, Feroz, whenever I'm here, however long I'm here, I want every day to give back to this incredible country. He's been painting from the day he came. He was full day at JP Morgan office to do the art beat along with Vilasa and the 10 artists. He spent a full day at Snehadara Foundation to paint their new campus. He's now spent the whole day, you wouldn't have realized it, the full day he was just listening and painting. Tomorrow and day after, he's going to paint one of the largest walls in Bangalore city. So he's going to paint for like 1.5, 2 full days with the new building of Museum of Arts and Photography. So when you actually drive through that area, it's a very busy area. I'm telling him that painting may well become the most viewed painting of yours because, you know, in Bangalore city, everybody will be seeing his painting, which he's going to do in the next couple of days. So he spent every single day of his New York visit giving back to all of us. So I think it deserves a huge, huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, Marco Santini here. I'll give you one small financial advice, which I think would be helpful for all of you. Please take his autograph because that will be very expensive in the future, right? So thank you very much. Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Sherry, for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, my friend.
Oh, man.
Marco, I would want you to sign that because that's the most expensive painting you would ever see.
Are they signing the painting now? Are they signing the painting now? Okay, and then I call Rishi. Yeah, hello? Yeah. Yeah, now Rishi? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Thank you so much, Marco, for that wonderful artwork of yours, and thank you, Feroz, for the felicitation. We would now like to call upon my co-fellow Rishi Krishna from Chennai to talk about his unique product for the empowerment of people with disabilities.
Hi. So yeah, it's been a sight of a nervous and nerve-wracking day for me. I am Rishi. I am one of the Inclusion Fellows, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Symbionic. So first of all, I just wanted to say I'm super grateful and thankful to be here in the stage. And I was super nervous till I was there, but the second I came here, I realized that I'm amongst friends. So I didn't have to be nervous. So at the age of 24, this was 4 years ago, I was still figuring out what to do in life. I didn't know what I was doing. I was working with a non-profit in an education sector. I was pursuing my passion in photography, and I was also trying to travel a lot, as much as I can. So these were all my passions. And I had plans. I had some plans for the future. Like I knew somewhere I wanted to go. But you know, as they say, the universe laughs when you make a plan. So that's what happened to me. I was able-bodied till then. September 15, 2018, I was going to Pondicherry on a bus, government bus. I was sitting in the window seat. The bus was going super fast, as any Pondicherry bus goes, and they were trying to race against time. I don't know why. The bus went and crashed with another vehicle, and in the impact, my hand got crushed. And it all happened in a matter of seconds. I didn't know what was happening. And when I woke up, I did not have a right arm. So when you live 24 years, like fully able-bodied, having fun, riding bikes, and suddenly you wake up without an arm, it's kind of weird. I felt lighter, by the way, yeah. So, but still, it didn't immediately strike to me how different my entire life was going to be. The rest of my life was changed. And it took me at least a month to figure out how it would affect every single second of my life. Like, even doing small things. Like, so, you know, you guys have, so anyone who's wearing shoes, if you can untie your shoe and just tie it back with one hand, you know how difficult it is. And these are things that we don't even think about in our daily life. And even I did not. And when I actually faced that myself, I realized that, okay, this is, I can't do things like I love anymore. I can't ride a bike. I can't take photographs or travel independently. And all of this put me at a very dark place. So I did what everyone else does, went to Google, saw bionic arms, because I grew up watching anime and sci-fi movies. And I thought there would be technologies available in the world that would kind of, just put up a bionic arm and control it and you're there. But apparently it was not so. In India, 99% of upper limb amputees don't, they don't even know there are products available. And for me, when I was looking for a bionic or a robotic arm or any solution, I could not find anything. So this is the story of 1 million plus upper limb amputees just in India. And I started talking to my community. I talked to many amputees who had lost their limb or were born without limbs, and it kind of gave me a sense of belonging. Okay. At first I felt I'm the only person in the world who doesn't have a limb. Then when I started talking to people, I realized, no, it's not just me. I have people, like there are people around. But then what was painful was that they were suffering the same way I was. They did not have a solution. They were removed from their jobs, or they were like sitting at home. They had immense potential. And just talking to them for 10 seconds, you know how awesome each one of them are. So I thought, why can't we do something about it? And the first thing was, what the heck can I do? I come from a visual communication background. I set out to be a social worker and a filmmaker. I can't go and build a bionic arm, right? But then, why not? So I went and built Symbionic single-handedly. Okay, kidding. It can't be done by myself. So I had a best friend. I have a best friend, Niranjan Kumar. He and I studied together from 9th. And I asked him and, could we 3D print something? Because the bionics of the world are super costly. Even if I sell all my body parts, I can't afford it. So I went there and we found a lot of open source available materials. We read a lot. We spoke to a lot of people. And some people, some angels from my past life kind of reached out and said, hey, you guys are doing something cool. Would you like to talk to these incubators that we work with? And I said, why not? So here I am, 24-year-old, just two friends, set out to make one hand, one artificial limb that could kind of help me go back to work, do things. Never started this to build a company or a private limited, whatever. But this kind of took shape in such a way because it was not just me. There's 1 million people who need this. And the 1 million people who don't have any solution available. And there is immense advancement in technology. There's AI. There's so much of accessibility in your phones. Then the question comes to me is, why is prosthetics still 200 years back? It's literally 200 years back. Sockets have not improved. Sockets are this part which goes into the hand. It's not improved. The hands are just plastic parts that are built to just fill your shirts. You cannot do anything with it. You cannot go to work. You cannot, there's just a liability, a weight that you carry. And we were not okay with it. And we wanted to change this. We started Symbionic. So this is the way we started Symbionic. But it could not be done with just 2 people. We started Symbionic to build one single arm. Now we are on our way to build 1 million arms. Thank you. So let me just invite my co-founder Niranjan.
Hi guys, can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah. So this is the Titan arm. This is something that Rishi and I built for the last 4 years. It took us the 25 iterations to build this. And can I have the video playing?
From the beginning, 25. It took us 25 iterations. I could also call it 25 failures to come to this one. And I really don't want to show you the first one. It was very bad. There was just a buyers hanging out, and we went to a university and showed it, and just it was mind-blowing that they accepted us. I don't know why they accepted us. And now we have a very solid team. We have 15 people. It's not just us two. We have 15 people who work day and night to bring this product to the world. And we want to do it. We want to launch this. We want to bring this to 1 million people as soon as possible. And it's just one thing that we want to do. This one thing is when you lose a limb and when you know that you're going to live with a disability like this for the rest of your life, you should not feel despair. So that was the only thing that had come to my mind was disability like this doesn't have to be end of your life. And if they can just think that, if they can just come to that conclusion, if they lose a limb, if anyone loses their limb and they can say, okay, there's the Symbionic, there are solutions available. We can just put a bionic arm and go on with our life. And for that to happen, we needed to make a product so cool that even able-bodied are jealous of it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having us.
Have to stay?
Aren't these guys amazing? Now this is what entrepreneurship is all about. The problem statement was very simple. The bionic arms are too expensive. Okay, a functional bionic arm costs 50 lakh rupees. 50 lakh rupees is the cost of a bionic arm. These guys have made it at 2.5 lakhs. Who says that we don't have innovative minds? And to think that it doesn't come from a technology background. He was a photographer and he's worked incredibly hard. And when they were selected for the Inclusion Fellowship, I asked them, when is it going to be ready? Because we will launch this at the India Inclusion Summit because the world needs to know that we have great innovators like Rishi, like Nilanjan, and the rest of his team. So let's give them a rousing standing ovation, guys. These guys have spent 4 years of their life not to build one hand, but to build 1 million hands so that the rest of the people can also afford it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Rishi, Rishi, you guys have to sign. You have to sign. Sign. Both of you, come. Sign on the wall.
Now tea break.
Shall I tell them about the theme song? Because otherwise they'll not come back.
Yes.
So, we have a short tea break, but here is what I want all of you to, and this is a humble request. Will you agree to my request? Are you guys tired already? We are just warming up. We are just warming up, by the way. Okay, so here is what I would, this is a humble request, and please let me tell you why I'm telling you this. You know, when we were when we were planning for the 10th IIS, people said, Feroz, you know, this is the 10th year. We need to do something absolutely unique and special. And of course, Artbeat was one of them, and you saw that massive 10 feet by 10 feet painting. That was special. We also said we want to have a new theme song. A new theme song which will be a reflection of what this community is all about. And I happened to meet Joy Barua. Is he here somewhere? Or he's probably getting ready. Joy Barua, thanks to Vicky. We go back, only when Vicky connected me to Joy, I realized that we had a certain connection which we were not aware of. And I said, Joyda, would you be willing to make the theme song for us? I mean, he's a very, very busy Bollywood star. How many of you have heard of the movie called Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara? He's the guy who sang the songs. How many of you have heard the songs of Dev D and Udan? Right? So he's an incredibly famous Bollywood music composer. And I wasn't sure if he's going to give me his time to make the theme song. It's just one other song. Why would he spend his time? And then he jumped into it and said, Feroz, I'm going to do this. For the last 6 months, I've had a Zoom call with him every week. And he said, I don't understand this space, but I need to understand this space if I have to do justice to this. He went and visited non-profits. He met Major D.P. Singh. He's read all my books. He's the only guy who's read all my books, actually. Because he said, I have to read all your books to understand this space, otherwise I will not do justice to it. He came up with an incredible song. And we are going to unveil that song, and he's got his entire band. Entire band is going to be here. And we are going to make a video of this. We didn't have the time to make the video, but we are going to make a video of this maybe after a few months. But the song will blow your mind off. Will blow your mind off. So I want to show my gratitude to him. And I want all of you to show your gratitude to him, because not too many people does this. Okay? To spend a significant time doing something for a community. And so we will allow you a tea break, if that's okay. You want a tea break, right? Because you have to dance after this. You know, if you thought everything that happened now was great, you are not knowing what's up for you. I know all of you have to, have families and, special children, and sometimes it can be a long day, an emotionally draining day. But my humble request is, have a quick tea. You will be able to hear from Joy what his journey of 6 months was. Because what is interesting is not the song, but what happened in creation of that song for Joy himself. So come back after your tea break. We will be unveiling. He's going to perform with his entire band the theme song for IIS 2022. And he's going to perform all the Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara songs and all the fun stuff live for all of you guys. So come back soon, okay?
ভূটানৰ কমাই দিব।
বেছখন কণ্ট্ৰল হৈছে নাই এতিয়া? মই অলপ হাই মেক্সটো বঢ়াই দিলোঁ। Siddharth needs little more guitar on his ears.
মোৰ এমটো তোমাৰ কাৰণে লাউড হৈ আছে নেকি আউটত? নালাগিলে কমাই ল'ব পাৰোঁ অলপ। মই কৈছোঁ এমটো লাউড হৈ আছে নেকি? নাই ন? Okay, I'm good.
হৈ গ'ল নেকি? মানে আমি থাকিম নে নামিতো? মই এবাৰ কুইকলি খালি গীটাৰখন এবাৰ খালি জাষ্ট এক ছেকেণ্ড মই খালি এবাৰ খালি গীটাৰ দাদা হ'ব
हेलो एवरीवन, थैंक यू। आप लोगों ने all of you are back in the room. Thank you so much. This means a lot to me. What I've realized is all of you listen to me, but my wife does not. वो कभी नहीं मानती है मेरी बात. Thank you. Before I get Joyda on stage, I want to do one small ritual, and that is to thank the two incredible hosts that we had today, Tiffany and Soumita. Can I have them on stage here, please? What do you think? Are these two incredible women? You all agree? Right? So you have to clap loud, okay? You see a red light. Tiffany is she's a very naughty girl. She calls me Chatan from Kerala, so the elder brother, but very naughty. She's always taking off on me, and she's a very chatterbox, like every Bengali is, right? But they are absolute sweethearts for me, and so is every other fellow. Of all the things that I do, and this is not to make a comparison, the fellowship is the closest and the dearest to me because these are the people who are going to change the world. It's not me, it's them. So let's hear it once again for Tiffany, Soumita, and all my wonderful inclusion fellows who are here. Okay? Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you, Soumita. Let me invite my very dear friend. I think he should be coming here soon. 2 more minutes. तो अभी मेरे को कुछ बोलना पड़ेगा. So we never. This is more like a broadcast model. We do stuff. All of you listen. Of course, we do interact a lot, but I want to give a chance for some of you to maybe. Is there a microphone somewhere there? Can maybe just very short. Just tell me how are you feeling today, okay? Whoever wants to share any thoughts of how has the day been, and this is not the end of it, by the way, but I just want to ask any of you who wants to raise their hands, and there is this beautiful girl here. Can you give the microphone? How did you feel today? Tell me your name and tell me how did you feel?
My name is Rekha. First of all, I'm feeling sad that I came late, but I'm feeling tired on one end, but still I don't want to go home. That's my feeling.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You're tired, but you don't want to go home. There's a hand raised there. Thank you so much. There's a beautiful lady there. How are you feeling? All in one sentence, okay?
Yeah, sure. Hi, my name is Bindu, and I'm feeling great, and I'm feeling blessed to be here. And I never expected something like this would happen. I thought, okay, I was actually crying in the morning to just wake up at like 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning and come here. But now I think that's one of my best decisions I have ever taken. Just to be around you people.
Thank you. Thank you. There's a hand raised there. Will the mic runners have to really run now because they are running from one end of the room to the other. Tell me, how are you feeling?
I've been feeling fantastic. And I can tell a brilliant show and the way it is managed by the volunteers. Hats off, guys. And I'm so proud of JP Morgan because I am from JP Morgan. Woo! And this audience is lovely. These guys are brilliant. And God bless everyone. May we learn from each other and become better human beings. Thanks a lot, guys. God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you. I have so many hands there. There's a beautiful lady here, a lady in yellow.
Hi, everyone. So, first time I was in the India Inclusion Summit in the year 2019. And that was a very special day for me, as I also belong to the inclusive committee. And I was waiting for this offline session of India Inclusion Summit, and I'm very happy, and I was planning for this from the day I got a news from this summit is happening again. And I'm very thankful for you, Feroz, and the whole team, and thanks, Vijay, for
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take one more comment because Joyda is waiting here. Just one more on the front. Yeah, here. The second person, yeah.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. Thanks for this opportunity. I came to know about this India Inclusion Summit by Ganapathy Subramaniam. He is called as Gansu. And when I heard him, he was speaking about India Inclusion Summit. Then immediately I pinged him and I asked him about what is it about everything. And I felt it is an excellent event that we have part of. And thanks for this amazing things. I came to know so many new things here.
Thank you.
Thanks for it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me call on stage my very dear friend, Joyda. Please give him a rousing round of applause, guys. Thanks to my dad, I spent my first initial 10 years in a place called Kharagpur. And I've become more Bengali than anything else. So most people confuse me as a Bengali, not as a Malayali sometimes, because I know to read and write Bengali. And the thing that we learned is that when you love and respect someone, you add a da in their name. And it has nothing to do with whether you're elder or younger. It's just out of pure love. And I don't know, for some reason, I don't even know whether he's younger or older to me, but from day one, I've been telling him Joyda, because I felt a connection that you don't feel with too many people. And so he's been my Joyda. He's not Joy Barua for the world, but for me, he's Joyda. Joyda, thank you for being here.
An absolute honor, and we are all, it's not just me here, there'll be my friends and brothers. Absolutely blessed to be here, and I think you'll figure that out in the next 1 hour.
Thank you. So, Joyda, I want to, because I want all of you to understand what Joyda had done for all of us, and you'll listen to him in the next few minutes. But I want you to understand the process first. And I want, Joyda, you to tell me what has been your journey in the last maybe 5 months since we had the first Zoom call. What has the journey been like for you?
It's been about 5 months since I was introduced to Feroz by dear friend Vicky Roy. And I lost my father last year, and the last 3 years of his were on the wheelchair. He'd broken the hip. And so obviously I was in a state of mind of some loss. He'd had a good life. And there were a lot of questions unanswered about life and livelihood towards the end of it, towards the middles. And then Feroz walks into my life and tells me what he's doing. Those conversations were life-changing. I read what he had. We took our time. Though we had a deadline, we took our time. And then we realized, it's not them and us, it's just us. Either we are getting there, or we already have arrived at where Feroz is thinking some problems exist. Like yesterday, somebody was asking me, we had a good conversation with the whole fellows and alumni. They're saying, it doesn't feel that, they were having a conversation with somebody who's not probably had an accident or an event. I just think, I think we are all broken and mended in places. Some things show, and some things don't. So it's the break and mend that is life. And I think, and then that's the truth. I don't see any negation to it, nor do I see anything else. But I definitely think some events are life-changing. Some people have discovered 10 lives within themselves once that particular event happened. And that is what I think has brought us to these doors. Really inspired, really charged. And I'm glad, we have somebody like Feroz who's, leading this whole energy, this thought, this movement. And you look at it and it changes your life. It changes his life. His conversations with me has changed my life. And I think it'll be evident here today.
One of the things that I often tell people is that the most amazing combination, and this is something, whether you're in the corporate world or any other world, doesn't matter. The most incredible combination is great talent with high competency and with extreme humility. That's the rarest combination. That's the combination you would all fall in love with. Somebody who's incredibly talented, somebody who's put in a lot of hard work, but always come across as incredibly humble. And the reason I'm saying this is because Joyda and his entire team, and I'm saying this straight from my heart. We've had a lot of celebrities here. Most of them have been outstanding human beings themselves. But these are famous guys, and when some things don't work, there's no tantrums. I haven't seen a band, putting up a show like this. It's a lot of hard work. These guys were practicing till 3 in the morning. They started at 11 o'clock and were practicing till 3 in the morning. I was with them. And none of them complained. Things didn't work, didn't matter. They said, we'll figure it out. And that combination is something I have deep regard and respect for. And Joyda and his entire band, you will see them here, they personify that. But maybe one more question to you, Joyda. You're incredibly famous. You've done some of the big numbers. But what does it mean to do a theme song for an India Inclusion Summit? There is no commercial interest here. He just, what's the chance that his movie, for which he has done the music with Imtiaz Ali's movie, for which he has done the music, was released yesterday. And yesterday was the first time we both met. The world is giving you signals that there are some things that are meant to be. So Joyda, tell me, what is it to do a theme song for India Inclusion Summit, and why did you even say yes to it when you have so many other busy things to do? You could churn out so many other songs, but why did you decide to pick this up?
I think I needed to arrive at the why. Why am I going to do this? Is this a job? Then as musicians, we don't do jobs. We do things that ignite that fire. And having said, living with my father, and doing this movie itself, the director had written the title role of Gajraj Rao, keeping his father, who was bedridden for the last 15 years of his life. And then I felt, this is us. This is not us and them. And then I met Major D.P. Singh, who's on the other extreme end of what somebody can do, in spite of a hurdle every minute of his life. I needed to find out where am I standing in this whole sphere of whatever is happening. And then we stand here to be inspired. We stand here to know that probably we won't be leading linear lives henceforth. Probably we'll find 10 inside us. And probably those 10 will turn the world around us into a better place to live in. That's it, That is what probably drove us to do the song. You will hear the song. There's a, we're getting around to doing the whole video. But this song, I feel, and with an artistic, artist coming in, I think it needs to teach the world empathy, which is what an amazing article Feroz sent me, like why are certain people born a certain way, to teach the world the value of empathy. And I think we celebrate your lives, we celebrate our lives, and in turn, these things help make the world a better place. I think infinite love. Just give it. Just give. Be ready to receive. And I think we take life too seriously, but it's simple. Just love. And there we are.
I'll have one last question because I think they are all getting restless, his band, to perform. You know, you started doing a lot of regional music. He's from Assam, and people from Assam, I love them because they're incredibly humble. They are, by default, they are humble. But you also moved to Bollywood and started doing a lot of Bollywood songs, a very different culture. And it was fascinating to me that when he went to Bombay, he didn't know Hindi. And then to do songs for Bollywood is outstanding. So tell me, I love the conflict of, magic happens at conflicts. The conflict of you wanting to stick to your roots. You always told Bhupen Hazarika was like your role model. But also to do Bollywood songs which are very different, which has great reach. Tell me, how does that conflict work, Joyda?
It is a conversation that has different meanings at different points of time. I guess when you're moving on the right path, as they say, I don't like sayings, but there are certain things that have come to it. Like when you're the right student, the right guru appears before you. I probably met the right gurus in terms of I started working with the nice advertising guys. Then when Amit Trivedi started movies, I started singing for him. That in turn, Oran and Devdi, for which in turn helped us look at our own lives. What is that we are celebrating? Are we just celebrating a song, or are we really celebrating a story? Where is the story coming from? The story has to come from my land. So I turned backwards, and there's another incredible person here, my collaborator for the last 10, 12 years, Ipsan Lal Barua, whom I'm going to introduce her. So we both thought, there are incredible stories that have to be told. Not just in my journey of a musician as an artist, if you ask me what I'm doing, I will just quote you that this is the film I'm working on. I think that stunts it just stunts my journey. That's a stop. We look backwards and we discover there's so much more to be done now that we can leverage Bollywood. Now that we have the experience, obviously Bollywood gave us the experience to produce music and to think of how songs are made. And the whole reverse process of getting back home, digging up stories, understanding our people, cultures, neighborhoods happened. And that has been the story over the last 10, 12 years, which has again brought us back into the center of Bollywood. Our work has celebrated, the whole tribal ethnicity of Assam, in particular, Northeast in general. It has taken us to the hills, to the armies. And this time we were at the Kargil Vijay Divas. We sang for the army and whatever it meant at war to be there. Our work, has inspired work with the London Symphony and the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. And yesterday, so I think one just needs to be truthful of what one loves. And having said that, there's the other thing which I will often quote, which Neruda says this, I love you because there's no other way. So that's it. There is no challenge, just a journey which I will beautifully undertake with my friends.
You can't end on a better note than that it's all about love. And Joyda, I just want to tell you very publicly here that now that you are my brother, there is no escaping me anymore, okay?
Well, I don't want to escape this anymore.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Joy Barua.
Can we have the band on stage, please? I think one of my favorite people is here, Lakshmi. Thank you for coming. And We've had a fantastic, Lakshmi founded the whole movement and journey of ours called Ink. And right till the point of Ink is where I was completely Bollywood and learning things. And I think Dev, the Anuran had happened. And it was at the first session of Ink where I was one of the fellows, musician. I launched my album, which was completely in our language. And Lakshmi told me to just go and sing in a room of mostly non-Indian people. And I sang that song, which I sang yesterday, and probably Lakshmi never lets me get away without singing it in her august presence. We'll do that. But she's here. But I think the idea of finding myself started with this amazing human here. Thank you, Lakshmi, for coming. But Lakshmi has never been to a concert of ours. She's just too busy with everything else, you know. But here we go. Let's do this. We'll walk you through our journeys, and then we get to yours. We'll get to a song from our first album which defined ambition and vision, and which found its way to a very certain beautiful Bollywood movie. Tu so kumerute aji son buate rong khani bore koi jibone mok hotate ki gungunao go down keni down jen paki medi mongure adi matate goto aka goto makun armare du sokute buate Igao ki mul sohor Spottom divoror, naviga buhar, kuni sukobor, rode mela pati serongor, happy akemo, utro igay, ostir hobolo, buhare divorero, sumibolo. This one's coming from Margarita with a straw for those who have seen this one. प्यार हो गया कोई शक I am in love in a shock कोई कुछ नहीं बोल पंख मैंने खोले कोई शक पी के तुमने आवा मैंने मौसम किया पूरा पूरा दिया कोई शक धड़कन भरी सांसें चढ़ी है जिंदगी तू सो कूदे जीनी की कूदी से उड़ा हो रे दोनों तू सो कूदे Thank you. On my extreme left is Manas Kwam on guitars. A huge round of applause. Pritam Boro on keyboards. Simanto on drums. The brothers Barwa again, Amitav and Siddharth. Thank you. The next one's kind of a prayer. And this was from the first album. And this came in from a poem and a piece of writing which said that every person you meet opens a different world to you. And it is only by this meeting that this world is born. And it's truly been one of probably my life's truths, you know. Meet people, things change, combination change. And it says that you are just an avatar in the form of man and whatever I see in front of me. It goes like this. যত সৃজন ই জগত তুমি অবতার মানবী রূপে পদে পদে জীবন দাত সঁহাৰি মাথো পৰা যুগমীয়া তুমি অৱতাৰ মানৱী ৰূপে পদে পদে জীৱন বাত সঁহাৰি জনলোৱা হৰিৰ নাম জগতৰ হিত চিন্তি গোৱা হৰিৰ নাম সৰ্বজনলোৱা হৰিৰ নাম জগতৰ হিত চিন্তি গোৱা হৰিৰ নাম লোৱা তুমি অৱতাৰ মানৱী ৰূপে পদে পদে জীৱন বাত সঁহাৰি Ladies and gentlemen, you got to turn backwards. Ibsen, please raise your hand. That's the guy who wrote the song, Ibsen Lal Barua. And I think I composed the melody in a space of where I was, but the whole divine intent of this is Ibsen's. And now we come to a story from my backyard. And it's about horses and how they are raised. I'm bringing you these songs because, you know, this is what India is. It is a land of like 1 billion stories, probably. It probably has more stories than it's just people. And where I come from in the northeast, you know, there's an island across the river, the big Brahmaputra. It's where wild horses are. And they stay there for 11 months. and they stay there wild. Feral is not the word for them. And then they walked across, they swim across the river. And then they come to race in a club. And this is a 130-year-old tradition where they're trained for a week and they race and they go back. So my sister, Rupa Barua, had made a lovely documentary called Riders of the Mist. And we sing this song. This is a mad one, but this is what beauty is. This is what stories are, right?
Eri lupota, cha cha, thor thor kheli duma, cha cha, dumuha, thor thor bedi komoyo, bolia, jodi bisare sondo jibone, nodir hipare spondon pulise. পারে স্পন্দন ফুলিছে বৰণীয়ে তোৰ বাটেৰে আগবাঢ়িছে যাত্ৰা আৰু পথ তোৰ গতিৰে উৰা মাৰে দেউকা সাহস তোৰ বাটেৰে আগবাঢ়িছে যাত্ৰা আৰু পথ তোৰ গতিৰে উৰা মাৰে দেউকা সাহস তোৰ বাটেৰে আগবাঢ়িছে যাত্ৰা আৰু পথ তোৰ গতিৰে উৰা মাৰে দেউকা সাহস Thank you. Thank you. This next one's a very peculiar story about this person who went to school with, and film school with Adur Gopalakrishnan, and he belonged to a family which used to trade in newspapers. They were vendors. And then he learned editing at FTI. But he'd come back to his small town, and somebody framed an amazing documentary around his life. What it is like to work and learn with the best, and then to come back and do a small thing. But then probably nothing is small. And the documentary is called Chiaroscuro, and it's done huge festivals around the world. This was the song about this man. I love doing these things, when we do it in a language. Who's going to tell our stories? It's our job, our responsibility, right? Half of what we do belongs to Bombay. But this other half is preciously ours. Buargoli, rodeja, ajurisa. Buargoli, khobor birai, bisari no pa. Moi pahorana. Moi bhagorana Bukhe bukhe jogai tula joto jatona Mone prane lukai ase koto cinema Cinema, 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 oh my.
어쩌거나 ভাবনার প্ৰতিটো কোনভাৱে কুচিলৈ উৰি আহে ঘূৰি আহে ৰাতিটো Thank you. So, actually, 2011, when we launched our album, was kind of an inflection point when I started looking homewards, and that is what came out from there, plus other things later on. And there were things I did in Bollywood. Probably I just do an acoustic thing with the piano. Probably 1-2 songs, you know, you'll get an idea of what it was like walking away from certain things and finding other things. I sang songs in Bollywood, then I worked around my own music, then I started composing for Bollywood. This is something probably you've heard, but probably you don't know that, you know, I was part of the song. कहते हैं खुदा ने इस जहां में सभी के लिए किसी ना किसी को है बनाया, हर किसी के लिए मेरा इस माना ना ना डा रा 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 री 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 तुझको बुलाया है ना रा 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 कहते हैं खुदा ने इस जहां में सभी के लिए किसी ना किसी को है बनाया, हर किसी के लिए मेरा दिल ना 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 ला 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 तुझको बनाया है ना रा 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 मुझको है तुझसे राबता, तुझको है मुझसे राबता, तुझको है मुझसे राबता, मुझको है तुझसे राबता। ये हम सफर है फिर है फिक्र है, जीने की वजह यही है, मिलना इसी के लिए कहते हैं खुदा ने इस जहां में सभी के लिए मेहरबानी. Everybody wants love. Huh? जाते जाते मुझ पे कर गया. गुजरता साल लम्हा एक दामन भर गया. मेहरबानी जाते जाते मुझ पे कर गया. गुजरता साल लम्हा एक दामन भर गया. तेरा नजारा मिला रोशन सितारा हुआ. नारा रे री 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 नारा नारा रा रा. कहते हैं खुदा ने इस जहां में सभी के लिए किसी न किसी को है बनाया. हर किसी के लिए तेरा मिलना है इस रब का इशारा. मानो तुझको बनाया है. Na ra 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 ra. That is how it went, I think. I've kind of forgotten. But then you meet people like Lakshmi Praturi, then she turns the game around and she tells you to go home. And when we go home, this is what we find. So this is the other song that came out from the album. This is about a small girl. This is folklore from 200 years ago in Assam. It's about a small girl who had a stepmom, and she was like butchered to death while the father, who was a traveling merchant, was away at sea. And she's buried in the garden behind the house, and in time there's a tree that comes out with small flowers. It's a long story, but you know. And then some people, they throw stones, and the small plant says, "Don't hurt me, let me live. I'm Tezi Mola." So some people do that, and they pluck whatever, and then in another spot, another plant grows. So in due course of time, you know, this tree changes form and becomes a water lily. And the traveling father, who's a merchant at sea, is coming back, and the lily calls out to the father, says, "If you believe my story, I'm going to be the girl that is your blood. I'm Tezi Mola." So this was from my album, and this is what Lakshmi made me sing. And I think that those 5 minutes were life-changing. तेजे तेजे रोंगा रोंगा दिखे दिखे धुआं धुआं घोरे घोरे हुआ धुआं देखे देखे बीबी की का Biringi se eti hai umola ghor khaji khaji ki jane ta ki solo nisi neta bibi khika tezi mola tumi hai thaka রাখি মা বড়ি যত যাতনা তেজি মলা তুমি খেলি থাকা কিরিলি পারি সাজি পুতলা যত ভাগর আতরি যায় কণমানি হাইতিছায় না জানে তাই নুবুজে তাই কি প্রশান্ত উঠে যোৱা সেই অশান্ত বুকু ধৰা হাতো নেমেলিবি ফুলো নিচিঙিবি ও পৃথিৱী তেজি মলা তুমি হাঁহি থাকা ৰাখিম আৱৰি যত যাতনা তেজি মলা তেৰি খেলি থাকা কিৰিৰি পাৰি সাজি পুতলা প্ৰদূষণে কোলাহলে পৰিৱেশৰ মাহি আহে খুন্দি খুন্দি চেপি ধৰে বাগিচাটা বুঢ়া হৰে তেজি মলা তুমি হাঁহি থাকা ৰাখিম আৱৰি যত যাতনা তেজি মলা তুমি খেলি থাকা কিৰিলি পাৰি সাজি পুতলা Thank you. Could we have the band back, please? We'll get back to a language now that everybody understands. Not that it makes sense or, not that, we care. But, well, that's music. Somebody was asking me yesterday now, how do you solve this problem? Like, us and talking to you and, I said, it's like speaking to somebody who's got another language, right? It's as simple as that. It's just another person. It's only me that can close my mind, right? So, we don't do covers, but this is one we need to do to honor the gurus that, By the way, even the last beautiful song was written again by my friend Epson Lal Borol, be joining us on stage again. He penned that song, I penned the melody, but he penned the thought, the lyric and the flow and the classic literature that flowed, For those who don't know, the Northeast Epson is held in very high regard. I think after the patron saint, that was Hazarika, I think there's this man here in this room whom you will hear of famously. This one's written by two of the biggest artists who frame popular music. I don't know, we play it every time. We just need a damn excuse. Here comes off laughter, become Thank you. On guitars, Manasko Monta. On keyboards again, Mr. Boro, Pritam Boro. Sivant on drums, and the brothers Barua, Amitav and Siddharth. They're excellent music producers themselves. They've got an amazing band. They operate actually in like, they have doppelganger bands. In one band, they are like hard rock, they are pop. They're doppelgangers of themselves, you'll find out. You know, crazy brothers. So, okay, which brings us to the song that we are supposed to sing now. Ibsen, can we have you on stage, please? I just want to introduce and, tell you and have Ibsen, we got started 5 months ago and, Feroz sent me books and literature, which I tried to study and learn. And we went to Chandigarh, met India's first Blade Runner, Major D.P. Singh. Very inspiring. And then I couldn't form a point of view of where the song was coming from or what we needed to do till the very end of the things. And then we figured that, I couldn't take an insider's position here. I just felt that I was being inspired to probably find 10 lives inside one. That is what it is, and probably get on in this carnival of life. I quickly want Ibsen to say a few words, and yeah, that's cool.
Good evening, everyone. I just have no words. I write few songs, and it's all feelings, and I am overloaded with feelings here. With your presence here, we just tried to portray something through this song, and coming here, meeting you people, make me feel that yes, the world is beautiful, and we are, the IIS, going to make it more beautiful. That's all. Thank you.
I'll call you again. Thank you. I think for reasons now we're calling this Fireflies Jugnu. Let's see how this goes.
जुगनों की रोशनी में कायनात वे भीतरी उजाले हैं जाने रात जगजगाने से है जगमगाने से है हर सुबह गम उम्मीदों से ली या परिंदों से ली ये जहां मेरा ये लम्हे मेरे अब तो हम नाचेंगे अपने ही धुन पे जितना अंधेरा उतनी उदासी उतने हम चमकेंगे अपने ही दम पे ये जहां मेरा ये लम्हे मेरे अब तो हम नाचेंगे अपने ही धुन पे जितना अंधेरा उतनी उदासी उतने हम चमकेंगे अपने ही दम पे पृथ्वी हर इंसान में है तैनात जहां मेरा ये लम्हा मेरे, अब तो हम नाचेंगे अपने ही धुन पे। जितना अंधेरा जितनी उदासी उतने हम चमकेंगे अपने ही दम पे। ओ ये जहां मेरा ये लम्हा मेरा, अब तो हम नाचेंगे अपने ही धुन पे। जितना अंधेरा उतनी उदासी उतने हम चमकेंगे अपने ही धुन पे। Wow, that felt beautiful. The party's just getting started, right? All right. All right, don't sit down. Here's something from Kashmir, from a movie that I did with Imtiaz, and I think you'll know the song. All right, we're getting started. पत्ता ना रोका, पत्ता ना रोका, जैसे हवाओं में ऐसे भटकता हूँ, दिन रात दिखता हूँ मैं तेरी बाहों में। मेरे गुनाहों में, मेरे सवाबों में शामिल तू, खूबी अठन्नी सी बचपन के कुर्ते में सेमिल तू। कुछ बाकी में बातों में लेना, बाबू ज़माने से रब से बंधेरा, कब से मैं तेरा हूँ रब से तू मेरी लैला। तेरी तलबियाँ तेरी तलब है, तू ही तो सब है, तू ही तो सब है। कब से मैं तेरा हूँ रब से तू मेरी लैला, ओ मेरी लैला लैला, ख्वाब तू है पहला। कब से मैं तेरा हूँ कब से तू मेरी लैला, ओ मेरी लैला लैला, ख्वाब तू है पहला। कब से मैं तेरा हूँ कब से तू मेरी लैला। मांगी थी दुआएं जो उनका ही असर है, हम साथ है ना यहाँ दिखावा है, ना यहाँ दुनियावी जज्बात है। यहाँ पे भी तुम दोनों से ज्यादा नहीं, यानी दोनों जहानों में तुम सा नहीं। जीत ली है आखिर में हम दोनों ने तुम्हारी कुछ बाकी में बातों में मेरा, बाबू ज़माने से रब से वो लैला। कब से मैं तेरा हूँ कब से तू मेरी लैला। तेरी तलब है, तेरी तलब है, तू ही
So, yeah, no, we'll get back to this, I promise you. So, on a serious note, when we went to Chandigarh, we met Major Deep Singh, who's a Kargil war veteran. And he inspired us to do another song. So that's going to come. But nevertheless, these stories and things. Why don't you sit down for a bit? I think you'll need that energy again. I promise you. So we went to the north of the country. Ibsen Lal Barua and I. Ibsen, will you join me on stage? Ibsen, yeah. So we played at the Kargil Divas this year, which is the anniversary of the war in 1999. And 26th July, the army requested a song. So this is the Kargil song that's going to be happening now. I want Ibsen to join me on stage. And I think, like I said when I started, this is a beautiful country. There are many, many things that happen that need to be celebrated. Different people, different ethnicities, different religions, different faiths. I think we are blessed. There's no country like this. And thank you. And and truly in the spirit, it brings me to this diversity here, this inclusion, this spirit. So Ibsen Lal Barua wrote the song, we composed. It's good? Yeah. So this is what we played at Kargil this year. Thank you, because we need to celebrate everything from Bollywood to smaller stories, to neighborhoods, to wars. There cannot be just one kind of story that we dance to. Let us dance to a million things.
Meo phool bhar ke khil rahe hain jahan wahi hai wahi
सुना है सूरज भी पधारे हैं यहाँ, जमी को परखने स्वर्ग है कहाँ। कारगिल, द्रास, बटालिक, तोलोलिंग, जुबेर, टाइगर हिल, खलवार, तुर्तुक, नवदीप और लद्दाख के अवाम झुकने ना देंगे तिरंगे को, इस विजय भूमि के कण कण को प्रणाम।
सरहद के परे हर हद को तोड़ के हैवानियत यूं परोसा, पानी में जहर मिट्टी में कहर, इंसानियत का था ये मुद्दा। विजय थी वो अमन की, सफेद सागर मंथन की, तलवार ने कलम की, सरदर्दगी की, ना 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 ना। ये विजय बलिदान की,
Thank you. Well, that was that. This is from another movie that I was part of, and this was just about the time when I was being done with my music. And this was about living free, finding yourself. This was title track for this movie called Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara. I think we're kind of inching towards the end of what we do. This is, again, a song from where we are. This is a mad one, and it's about how we lose ourselves in journeys. We start somewhere. It's about two girls playing bridges and trains. Lakshmi would know the song. Let's get this one.
1, 2, 3, go. Na na na. 3, go. Na na. Na na. Tolong kera di kon gimana kali mati ai kon mai kon dai rodot te kuti kera sorai que te pambora luka oi ai kon mai kon dai gimana la gimana sa ini luka kula aka kula poka ini no hera dia kon toi aru moi kon ko putar stop for boy you call it die do la go I go 1, 2, 3 ha la ore toccare che era vivo l'amor me la buca di tua che richiamo oro tua me la roga stanno ancora loro chi su sa io da lui io di lui a essere usata toca con lui garu la che fica e dia con noi al moi con tu cut stop for moi tu call it die do la go 1, 2, 3 go tolong kera di kon kimora kali mati ai kon bai kon dai uti kera koma che te pamora luka toi ai kon ba kon dai gimana la gimana sa che ni luka una ata una potai e dia kon poi al moi quando tu tai stop for moi tu call it die la go I think we'll close with the song once more. I think tonight has to have the inclusivity song, Jugnu, at the end of things, right? All right. Now don't sit down. Thank you for being a great audience, though. Victory
was beautiful. Thank you. You were a lovely audience. Thank you so much.
Wasn't that amazing, guys? So I know this song grows on you. I've been very fortunate to be part of the process. So we will send the lyrics to you, and in the next, hopefully a few months, we will do the video for it. And I'm pretty sure that this will be loved across the world. So let's hear it once again for Joy Barua and the band! Nobody wants to go home, right? Joyda, I would like to request Joyda and his entire band to sign on the IAS wall and the IAS painting so that you guys will become part of the IAS family forever. I know all good things has to come to an end, but maybe before it all comes to an end, Joyda, you have any final remarks?
This was overwhelming. Thank you. One last, Vicky bol raha hai, one last. I think we should do the Laila Majnu math thing, right? Long last, I have nothing to say, I have only to sing. So we'll do that one last thing.
One last thing, yay!
But, you know, my friend has a condition. If we do one song, then we might do another song. But then we'll only do 2 songs. So this one obviously, and I don't know if I said that, you know, this one's from Laila Majnu. And the whole, you know, classic story of Laila and Majnu being brought together and, you know, being alive in the hills of Kashmir. And Sajid directed and Imtiaz produced it. And thankfully the music became amazing. It was written off amongst the top 10 albums of the decade. And amazing that, you know, there's another movie with Imtiaz that I'm doing and, you know, it just was launched yesterday called Thai Massage. He's producing it. So anyway, let's have the one that's important. Laila. One. We'll just do Laila. No, the other one is a mad song. You might not like it. We'll see. Let's do that. पत्ता ना रोका जैसे हवाओं में ऐसे भटकता हूँ दिन रात दिखता हूँ मैं तेरी राहों में मेरे गुनाहों में मेरे सवाबों में शामिल तू भूली या ठंडी सी बचपन के कुर्ते में से मिल तू रखूं छुपा के मैं बातों में लैला मांगू ज़माने से रब से मैं लैला कब से मैं तेरा हूँ कब से तू मेरी लैला तेरी तलब है तू ही तो सब है तू ही तो सब है कब से मैं तेरा हूँ कब से तू मेरी लैला ओ मेरी लैला लैला ख्वाब तू है पहला कब से मैं तेरा हूँ कब से तू मेरी लैला ओ मेरी लैला लैला ख्वाब तू है पहला कब से मैं तेरा हूँ कब से तू मेरी लैला मांगी थी दुनिया ना उनका ही असर है हम साथ है ना यहाँ दिखावा है That was an amazing night. That was an amazing evening. Thank you all. We hope to see you soon. Thank you, and have a great evening ahead. Love you all. Thank you for bringing us into this amazing family. Thank you for this lovely evening. This is inclusivity, right? Your love and language. Thank you. Hope to see you soon. Good night.
Before we end, I'll just like to call upon the मेरी भी गला बैठ गई अभी गाना वो गाया मेरा गला बैठ गया I want to call the curators of the India Inclusion Summit 2022, Joe, Mohan and Lakshmi on stage, and they deserve a huge round of applause. Joe, Mohan and Lakshmi, please. Guys, give a big... Lakshmi's actually had to leave, but Joe and Mohan has been working as the curators of the India Inclusion Summit for the last 1 year. So please give a big round of applause, guys. I also want to thank all the volunteers and all the volunteers. All the volunteers, why don't you guys, I don't know, it may be not a good idea to get you on stage right now because, yeah, so we'll go to the stage later on maybe to take some photographs. But you know, it's incredible that even the rain gods had their tears of joy today, so it rained. I don't have any other words. Thank you so much for the love. See you all next year and have a good rest of the day.